each other, or at least that's what I hope anyway.
Yeah, I mean, we can hope for that. Game 3, never really know. It's kind of hard to say how these teams will match up, given the way that the draft was so prevalent in those first 2 games. But I imagine both teams have now had time to adjust, and given the nature of Games 3, typically you'll see teams tense up a bit, play more conservative, and also go more conservative with their drafts. So that the whole chance of like a heavy outdraft or like a surprise Zeus pick is kind of more likely taken away. At least a team like Cloud9, I don't expect them to do something quite as crazy in a Game 3 draft.
You know, in our lobby,
10 seconds.
Cloud9 chose Radiant. Team Secret chose second pick. I feel like Puppy has something tricky up his sleeves here, as the certain heroes like maybe the Lycan are still in the pool, which we did see banned away initially.
I wonder if he like wants them to first pick stuff like the Slatter. Maybe he just thinks the Slatter is just like takes too long to come online as that support. We saw Puppy struggle with the Slatter support. Slatter not like Slatter support in the yesterday against Liquid because of the slow pace of the hero past the lane stage, and similarly last game that was a big problem for Cloud9 with the Slatter. Just took forever to get the
Team Secret's turn to
Lich.
pick.
Okay, I'm just gonna stop that train of thought. I'm like, I just suddenly look up and there's a Lich. I was like, okay, what was I saying? Okay.
Radiant team pick.
That's not. Lich got a.
10 seconds remaining.
Anything past
5
level 10,
seconds
I think for
remaining.
supports, it is a little bit inconsequential, right? It's not the reason you're picking the hero.
Reserve
You're not
time.
picking the hero for, 35 minutes in when the hero finally reaches level 15. You could talk about this change. So apparently they just like this armor. Maybe
They know that there's going to be some kind of physical damage partner with the Ogre, I guess, which is where they're like, well, may as well secure ourselves a Lich, but there is almost no chance C9 would have banned Lich. So picking support's generally what you want to do in the first stage of the draft anyway, so I think they're just happy to throw it out there and perhaps put Cloud9 up, because now Cloud9's thinking, oh, do we still want to go all in on physical damage?
Radiant
The sniper gets taken away. He's kind of that hybrid where he's got a bit of magic from the shrapnel and assassinate, but also offers some physical to go with the Ogre, so bit of a funky opening from Secret.
Team Secret, despite the
10
Lich pickup, are
seconds
still going
remaining.
to ban away some of the combo heroes with Ogre. Might as well, right? So
5
Sniper
seconds
is
remaining.
going to be banned away. I thought that would have been the second pick for Cloud9, but they choose to keep a very open
Reserve
1-2 pick
time.
in both their supports, Ogre. Rubik, what other heroes would you like to see banned with that Ogre Madai?
The Shadow Fiend, perhaps. I think he's that other kind of hybrid where he's like physical damage and also has a decent amount of nuke damage. And he's typically been the preferred option for Baby Knight. They've been doing Ogre They had Ogre SF as their first 2 pick in a couple of their games. So more so than playing Sniper, they are playing the SF. So if you're not banning it, you've got to be expecting that hero to get picked up if you're Secret. Perhaps they think they can deal with it better than the Sniper, which
10
would
seconds
be an obvious
remaining.
reason to leave it in the pool. But that's kind of what I think and imagine Cloud9 go to.
5 seconds
Even more so
remaining.
because it's a game.
Right.
Reserve time.
Yeah, I was thinking the SF. Well, in which case, who knows? Maybe Cloud9 won't focus on the Bloodlust at all, and they'll just the fact that they've got a nice tanky support and do something very different with their draft. Another hero that was kind of
Radiant
missing
team
for me in last 2 picks, I think, against the Vengeful Spirit. Vengeful Spirit was one of those heroes like Weaver, who is also missing from the current pool, as well as Slardar. Those 3 have very striking
10
similarity when it comes
seconds
to
remaining.
drafting, which is teams have preferred to grab those heroes early on because they're physical damage and minus armor,
Team
and they're
Secret's
also
turn to
versatile
pick.
picks in that they can run both support as well as core, or in Weaver's case, safe lane and
Radiant
support or
team
off lane.
pick.
Secret go back for the Luna. This has been the probably most has won both the games so far and been one of the most influential picks of the drafts we've seen, as far as just giving you that strong laning hero, good mid game pushing hero, and good late
10
game carry.
seconds remaining.
If it gets to late game, I don't feel like the late game potential of Luna was needed in that game too,
5
but game 1
seconds
we definitely saw
remaining.
that from Cloud9. So I think the big weakness right now in Secret's draft for me is that
Reserve time.
Lich support. Not that this is a bad pick, but more it's something you can try and take advantage of. Lich is typically not a good safe lane support. You don't have any good stuns. You're not very tanky. If you have a lineup that can dive towers or really put pressure on that off lane for Cloud9, I think that's something you can take advantage of. Like a Lich Luna lane is not particularly strong. Typically, teams are running Lich as a dual lane support in the off lane or even around the mid lane just for some extra denies. So that off lane for Cloud9 is where I would look for them to try and really apply pressure and put Secret off guard.
Do you think that part of the problem I see with that is that they have Ogre Rubik? Neither one is a particularly strong dual aggro. So do you think it's possible they can run an aggro tri-lane here into Luna?
It's possible. Like, I'm trying to think, what would the right call would that be? Like a Rubik Ogre. I mean, Luna would be the dream one. Otherwise,
There's some other heroes, Throw Ranger, Ursa.
10 seconds remaining.
I mean, there's even
Mirana?
certain offlaners.
Rubik Mirana, but that seems a bit
remaining.
tri-lane carry Mirana, but I think the Drow idea that you mentioned could be more likely. I like this pick from Secret. Your lanes are a bit weak and that top lane could be contested. They get a full position that could theoretically just secure the safe lane if they need it to. So you can just send Undying up there to spam decay against either an aggressive dual lane or an aggressive tri-lane. This gives them much stronger lanes.
10 seconds remaining.
Dying, much like Lich, did get some later game buffs with the
5
talent
seconds
changes.
remaining.
15, 20, 25 talents all got some buffs, but again, not something
Reserve time.
really want to focus on. Cloud9, they have this nice aggressive puck, could still be an offlaner, but
Ranger.
likely they're mid. They are going to go with the Draw Ranger,
Team
which does
Secrets
still
turn
keep
to
open
ban.
that offlane puck. It does also make an aggro tri-lane possible. If they still want to go into Luna Undying, a little bit unadvisable, but maybe they can make it work. And they could give Puck, as a result, a 1v1 safe lane
10
with the Draw Ranger aura.
remaining.
That could be decent, but also versus a Centaur.
5 seconds
I
remaining.
think it works if they're full on tri-lane up there because you can position the Rubik and Drow such that
Reserve
ideally
time.
Undying's not getting 2-3 man decays off. And you can kite him around. If Undying ever oversteps, you lift him up, you pull him in, Ogre's there to fire blast, and you've got yourself a kill. So I think the tri-lane works against Undying Luna, and even if it's Undying Luna Lich altogether, I think it can still work. But you want to find favorable matchups elsewhere. The Puck Center you mentioned isn't necessarily that Puck favored. Both heroes should farm, should get their fast level 6, and then we see what happens when they rotate to the tri-lane. And then we don't quite know just yet what that mid lane matchup's going to be. But Secret, by choosing second pick, they get to react. They get to put mid one in a position where he can counterpick. Once again, that was the big thing last game. He sees the Zeus, he plays TA. That wins Secret the game on draft. And he can counterpick Cloud9 once again. So if you're Cloud9, you've got to be thinking, let's just pick a stable, consistent mid laner that doesn't get countered badly, whether that's like an OD type hero, the Baby Knight Viper is even being picked up here and there. Get some Drow partner that doesn't lose its lane.
You know what's kind of lacking for Cloud9 as well is a pipe hero. There's a lot of magic damage on Team Secret. You know, the physical damage doesn't come in much later with the Luna. So it is a bit unfortunate. It's the only reason that I'm thinking about the Puck mid and getting a different offlaner. Is solely because of the fact that I want to be able to see a pipe, though a different mid laner could also give them a better, like more mid to late game oriented strategy. Right now, they're very heavily in all in aggression, 5-manning early game, like end this game by 30 minutes. Or
yeah, they could easily consider Puck mid and putting some safe lane hero that matches up well against the Centaur in a 1v1 type matchup. Darkseer perhaps comes to mind if you want like a mech and pipe hero. Has received some nerfs, and I think that nerf will actually hurt him more in a 1v1 than it does in like the 1v2, 1v3s in the offlane, since you'll run out of mana in a lane you're looking to actually contest and play in. So Starksy becomes less appealing because of that, but OD banned out, so Secret seem to think it's going to be like a Hesijo Puck. They ban
the
TA,
Medusa.
pick Medusa.
Turn to pick.
Well, that kind of solves their mid to late game problems, and it also helps deal with I think some of the sustain issues that they're having, because this is looking like Secret, if they get the right kind of initiation, would just blow up Cloud9. A little bit harder to get that initiation, but if it's possible, they'll just destroy Cloud9, run them over, and quickly gain an advantage from there. But Dusa is a very hard hero to initiate into, thanks to
Reserve time.
Yeah, and now you've got good counter initiation spells, not just like a gust, but you've got a Stone Gaze, Puck can counter initiate well. You've got telekinesis from Rubik, so it's very hard to
10
jump
seconds
that frontline
remaining.
Medusa, or even if it's Drow on the front line seeing the tower, hard to do so as well
Phantom
because that
assassin.
Medusa stone gaze, the puck can kind of come in and turn it around. So Secret get an explosive mid one here in response, but not exactly an amazing lane for a PA against that Medusa at mid. It's definitely manageable to get some farm. I feel like this is more just like a counter to the Drow more so than the Medusa, and something they see that can scale well into that mid game, even the late game against a Medusa hero that doesn't want to go into MKB.
Yeah, this is very much looking like, I think there's two ways to deal with the Dusa strategy. You either counterpick the Dusa and pick up a mana burn hero, diffuse the blade hero, something like that, or you go the other route and you just ignore the Medusa entirely and focus on the rest of the team. And it's like Secret or go for that latter strategy. Okay, jumping on the Draw Ranger, all this team fight potentially with the Centaur Undying. You've got some nice tankiness to survive through the
10
nukes
seconds
of the
remaining.
Puck and Rubik, and then you try and eliminate those squishier
5
damage
seconds
dealers,
remaining.
and the Medusa's left for last.
Yep. A bit more. I think it's just, I mean, they can definitely just get ahead in the early game. It's very hard to initiate once C9 get like an item advantage. If they can get up to like their Dragon Lancers, whatever it may be, on their cores, get just a decent blink timing on Puck, I feel like C9 will have the option to just start barreling down towers, and the PA's timings could come in late, but similarly, Secret could have a strong laning stage and upset some of those timings.
Yeah, it looks like they're not going to be going for the aggro tri-lane to start out with C9. They're just going to have an off-lane Puck. They are smoked up and rotating out, but the vision's already been placed by Secret. They've got a nice aggressive mid ward. I don't think either one. Maybe Pilot Eye was spotted. I'm not sure.
Not sure. Yeah, I didn't see whether any of those got scouted,
30
but
seconds to battle.
yeah, no, it doesn't look like we'll see any early game engagements or fights. We'll see where Puppy looks to head. He is, for now, staying around this top lane, perhaps worried about some of those aggressive lanes coming out. And I think that's something where his first job is to make sure if there is an aggressive tri-lane, he's up there to secure Luna some early farm. And once he sees it's not an aggressive tri-lane, he may zone and harass the Puck a bit, but he can then look to move off the lane, perhaps help the PA at mid.
The battle
Mana ward's going to be rather destructive. Against the Lich, you always want to be able to have your pulls accessible, and Cloud9's easy camp pull is blocked out by the early Sentry. Highlight Die does deny just the range creep to start off bottom lane and starts heading toward mid. His presence, if he can get a faster level 2, his presence would definitely welcome again. Medusa, as he said, it's not going to be a fun matchup, right? Melee hero versus Medusa's Mystic Snake.
Yeah, level 1 Blink Strike from mid 1 just goes straight onto Baby Knight for some cheap harass, and it does look like we'll see a almost full-on dual lane mid. Pilot Eye not leeching too much XP for now, is just falling back, blocking the wave. We'll probably spam that sacrifice on range creep, but top lane is where the brawling's going. Noya is up here helping out Hestejo in a 2v2 type lane.
Kind of interesting. The Undying Decay is going to be tough to work around with the nuke of the Lucent Beam later on into the lane, but it does seem like early on the Ignite is doing its work. Rubik is going to stick around in the bottom lane, and it feels like Baby Knight can handle himself in this 1v2.
It's now a level 2 Lich, so they will start spamming him down. Pilot Eye going to continue to deny as much as possible, throw that Frost Blast wherever possible, so won't be a fun lane for Baby Knight, but like you say, he can still handle himself in this 1v2. May have to bring out some extra regen rather than go straight to the bottle. Doesn't have a salve or anything, goes for the magic stick instead, which is going to help a little bit, but I feel like he's going to need a salve or at least go for an early shrine.
Yeah, this really sucks because Baby Knight can't rely on Mana Shield against this much aggression because he really wants to keep Mystic Snake up. So if he uses Mana Shield too much, he drops too low, can't use that Mystic Snake anymore, and all of a sudden the PA feels a lot more comfortable with how its laning phase is going to go. Won't feel that reoccurring, nuke that just saps your mana and refreshes Baby Knight. So I like the idea of aggression. I'm not sure how long they keep to it, but it seems like Pilot Eye for now, especially with the Arcane Rune, is going to...
I don't think he can really help out top lane too much. He could perhaps deny some range creeps at bottom, but bottom lane is being played around the side pulls anyway, so realistically, going for sacrifices there to pull the lane back can be countered by the pulls. Mid lane, there's no real counter to this. Baby Knight is just stuck. He can't really push past the river. The Arcane Rune is an amazing rune to get this early on in the Lich with the cooldown and the mana cost on your Frost Blast, but more importantly, the cooldown sacrifice getting reduced as well. This is the dream rune for Pylai to find.
Mr. Joe is actually doing very well for himself. The Ogre Magi definitely created a lot of space for him, but we also need to talk about the fact that this is an off-lane Puck with Draw Ranger Aura. This is an old-school strategy. Puck was picked up as an off-laner way back when. And with the Draw Ranger, she used to be like kind of an unstoppable off-laner. Here we're seeing some reoccurrence to the older Dota 1 days.
Yeah, Puppey less so securing the lane, is more just acting as a defensive presence for NP. They'll all bend, do a bit of damage, but it doesn't look like they'll get any kills off this one. There's an early Blightstone. I love this pickup. Puppey's actually maybe going down, he thinks it is Blightstone. One more right click. Wow. That Blightstone pickup with Noya coming in with the Ignite. Holy cow, that's a lot of damage.
Yeah, Noya's just able to man up, beat down Puppey with club, ignores the tier 1 tower entirely. A well-structured strategy here from C9. Pylai has to come up to the top lane now.
This should be fine.
Jungle.
Got orb. They can only really go on Noya because Hestejo theoretically should just be able to orb out of this one. And then they got the Shrine as well. They're actually going to turn and fight Hestejo.
Oh god, he's so close to death. If they get the Lucent Beam, he needs a little bit closer, but won't get it. He gets full Magic Wand heal off.
I think this is where they Shrine up. No mana on the Ogre. You Shrine up, you go back to lane. Ogre doesn't seem too interested in them, though. Maybe actually just be walking back. Oh, they used the Shrine. Okay, that makes more sense then. So yeah, they won't be able to do too much to contest these lanes, as it's much further until the Ogre comes back with mana.
By the way, Rise, protect your bounty runes. Your support right. Have that bounty rune.
Oh, Hestejo doesn't orb to the river though. Taking a bit of damage from the Puppey Pylai duo. That will get him back down low. Cheap harass from Secret means he may have to back up this lane or get like a salve brought to him, but it looks like he's going to orb his way home, wanting to be... Ideally, you want to stay full HP mana for this top lane as soon as possible, so you can... If you're low HP or low mana, you're not able to contest that lane. Ace is level 6 now, though. Marksmanship is a big boost in the Drow aura, the whole team, so this top lane gets even scarier now with the Puck Ogre duo.
Yeah, Lich shows up and denies one of those creeps in mid, but I'm really feeling like this is not a lane that they can duel anymore, just because the higher levels of Misty Snake are particularly threatening, as well as that extra Throw Ranger damage.
Yeah, and the bottle's out there, so Baby Knight has sustain. You spam him, he bottles up. Bottle Crow if he needs to, or he can just tuck himself into the jungle, pick up a bounty rune in the meantime as well. So does feel like his presence is not going to offer quite as much as it used to. And he's going to swing bottom, offer help to Kezu. Healy needs to try and find this Radiant Observer ward, but he probably doesn't know exactly whether it's in the lane or on that cliff. So for now, Pylai will be well known in his presence at this bottom lane.
Dive it in for MP, way past the tower. They will manage to pick up that kill. And a 1v2, Puppey actually shouldn't be feeling too confident, even if he is tanky. You can see that minus armor is just ripping him to shreds to get the orb out. Now it's another 1v2. Pylai could be slowed down. The Ignite starts making his way to the tower. Hestejo, is he going to pursue? He's got an orb in 3 more seconds. The Luna's TPing in, though. They think better of it. Looks like Noya may have just been caught. Mid one is actually the TP, not the Luna. So he will punish bit of over-aggression there from C9. They still collect 2 for 1, though.
And Pylai was a kill without those TPs in, but Hestejo, I think, knowing that Hapulezo can go down. MP just defensive from Centaur will get him away.
Ace wasn't quick enough with the gust.
Oh.
He hits him just after the Kezu lands, and of course Kezu's just sitting there spamming the R button, trying to get it off as quick as possible, so it might have been...
Still feels good like they can get this bottom tier 1 tower. Like, I think all in all, C9 in a very good spot. This top lane aggression has dominated the lane. Ace at bottom, while they don't get that kill, they put themselves in a spot to get this tier 1 tower, knowing that there's no Stampede to engage in them, and they've got the high ground ward. They're actually going to go in now on Kezu.
Kezu stunned up, telekinesis still ready to go. There is no ultimate out from Kezu, so unless there was mass TPs, he's definitely dead, but maybe they can get the counter kill. Mid one has come in, hits the crit, managed to finish off Ace, and will collect Noya's bounty as well, I believe. not have a TP out.
Dire's
Nice double there
middle
from
tower
mid one.
is
Mid one
under
again, much like the Clawswex Invoker that we saw from him, where he was rotating around the map all the time in an earlier series. Mid one's doing something very similar here with his mid PA, trying to bolster the side lanes so they were getting run over.
Yeah. It's like a common theme in these games where there's one team who's very clearly the aggressors trying to take early towers, put pressure on, and the other team has to react to those tower dives. This game around Secret have done a very good job at least punishing through mid one's PA, 2-0 and 1, but it's going to only get harder as C9 pick up their first couple of like just stat items, get like a Dragon Lance on Drow, get her a bit tankier, even just getting a few more levels in things like the Gust, the Frost Arrows, as well as the Aura. Those kind of rotations not quite as effective, but for now, mid one being very influential in this early game.
The Stampede on Kazu this time to save Puppy's life. Mid one preps a jump in, but thinks better of it. Not against 4 heroes. You can see just from the net worth, a bit of the storyline of this early game for Secret and Cloud9 in Game 3. In most part, Cloud9 taking advantage of the lanes, getting all their cores, a good amount of farm. Even the off lane has been going well, but mid one has been a small saving grace for Secret. He's been moving around. He's actually sitting 700 gold above the Medusa, who's currently sitting at second.
Yeah, those kills have really boosted him up. Ace at this point needs to be a bit careful with all the heroes down here. No Stampede makes it a little bit trickier, but mid one's still thinking he can go for this dive. See what Rise can do to counterplay it, as well as potential TP from players like Hestejo's Puck. This is where you could be very careful about diving for these early kills. Rotation could completely cause it to backfire.
Yeah, it's very questionable whether or not they could quickly kill Ace, right? Because they've got
they're bringing Luna down there.
And Chain Frost. With the Luna, they could definitely dive the tower, but Hestejo's going to be very comfortable TPing into this one. He's already taken the tier 1 tower. They know there's nobody top. They know there has to be a rotation coming bottom. Cloud9 have prepped for this.
They have to wait for the Stampede, probably. Mid one's going to go running in. There's the response, double, triple TP.
Nice double silence as well. Managed to hit the Luna and declines. Now mid one's going to be controlled up, but the Chain Frost is going to be able to bounce over the Rise. They got a crit. Now Ace underneath the Eclipse gets taken out. MP surviving just a little bit longer, but Hestejo does manage to get the kill. Secret lose 3 there. They do get the draw Ranger, barely. Definitely not an exchange worth it for Secret. Secret had to have known that the rotations were going to come out from Cloud9, but they did not respect that.
Yeah, the Eclipse damage got mostly tanked up just fine by, Puck had a raindrop, Medusa's TP in as well. It's a very tanky presence to have there. They didn't even have the Stone Gaze for that fight, but just having bodies meant you were going to turn it around. While they couldn't save and protect Ace because of the, you only had level 1 Gust, you don't really have more. They could turn and punish, including kills on the Luna. Again, it's mid one surviving though, so he comes out well on top. This Desolate timing is going to be incredibly fast, but it's still Cloud9. They can hold that tower and trade in a favorable way while they take towers elsewhere on the map is playing well into their draft. They've taken the tier 1 top, this tier 1 mid getting very low as well. AB9, be careful, has the Stone Gaze. Going for the tower.
Stick around for the tower, but Stone Gate's going to wear out. Mid one's okay. Never mind. We've got Ace to back him up, as well as Hestejo. Kezin's going to be caught. No Stampede to be able to save him. Mid one jumps forward, tries to force Ace back, but now he's caught inside the coil, and the heavy nukes of Hestejo will bring the squishy PA down.
Hestejo has been so big this game. He crushed his top lane. He comes in to end the PA streak. This PA was getting awfully and scarily close to a fast Desolator, but that kill not only slowing mid one down, keeping his teammate Ace alive, and then transitions into a tier 2 tower. Cloud9 starting to gather some steam. Their push train is continuing to take tower after tower, and there's nothing Secret can really do until they get this Sentinel Blink at this stage.
Yeah, we kind of talked about how the laning phase, it needed to go the way of Secret in order to stop some of these early pushes, but quite the opposite happened. They lost the early game pretty badly. Mid one tries to go on to Noya, no luck in the crit department, so a failed kill there. And Cloud9 have just been kind of steamrolling ever since. Good laning phase now turns into pushing towers. They've taken a tier 2 already. Fortunately for Secret, the change in shrines I think might slow down Cloud9's progression in farm a bit. They won't have total control of the map, but it's still going to be a rough game as they are facing a Medusa.
Yeah, that's the worry. That late game is not necessarily looking all too good. PA be a pretty bad matchup against Medusa, even the late game, even with the evasion. Like I don't look at PA as like a hero that matches up well against Medusa late game. It's very hard to fight into her with the Stone Gaze, and ultimately, if Medusa has to go in MKB, she'll get it as like her maybe 4th or 5th item in an ultra late game setting to counter that PA blur at a later point. So it will be very tough for mid one to take this too late. He wants to fight around this Desolator timing, ideally with a Centaur Blink, and it does look like those 2 items will come at pretty similar times. Problem is, it's not us enough, because they're going to lose another tower up top, it looks like. Hesajo's got a Blink, so the Blink initiation advantage does go Cloud9 way at this point.
Cloud9 did use a smoke for this rotation. Not completely sure about the Blink Dagger timing. They keep it pretty safe. Smoke behind Ace just in case a Secret do plan on contesting. And it does look like even without the Blink Dagger, they're making their way over. Just 200 gold is all that's left. That Blink, but they don't want to wait. They want to keep this tier 2 tower alive. It's dropping faster and faster. If they want to go, they need to go now. PA is not here. They pop the glyph. The ice armor's on the tower. They begin to poke at C9, building up those decay stacks. The Desolator's coming in now, and it looks like just the presence of Secret does manage to force Cloud9 back long enough for PA to get here.
At least for that one wave, Kezu is still in a good spot to try and engage from the side with the Stampede. They have to use the Stampede offensively. Often you want to save it for a more defensive for the initiate to get out.
There's the Tombstone laid out. It's immediately going to get it focused down. He tries to save it. Here comes the Stampede. The Tombstone does end up getting dropped here. C9 started backing himself off. A stolen Stampede from Rise gives them some distance. MP is going to be locked in by the coil, unable to finish off even support Rise. What a quick steal from the Rubik. Allows Cloud9 some distance away from the initiation of Secret.
That looked dangerous for C9, but they played that so incredibly well with their positioning. As you said, the Stampede steal, huge for them, and Baby Knight also gets the Stone Gaze off before the Centaur Stun even hits him. That was a Centaur Stun coming from the trees in fog by a Stampede Centaur, and he still got the Stone Gaze off before the stun. Chain Frost didn't bounce as well. I feel like Secret did that as best they could, but C9 just out-executed and outplayed that fight in a very impressive way.
Should Secret be fighting like that without their big piece? Like they tried to go for the dive at bottom. It feels like in some ways Secret are trying to force things maybe a little bit too much.
They have the blink, it's so much easier to fight that because you just blink stun. Even if you can engage on the Dusa, you just need to make sure, because if you burst down the Dusa early on, like not even in terms of killing her, but taking away her mana through the mana shield, she doesn't get Stone Gaze off. And without Stone Gaze, that fight is a lot easier for Secret. More likely than not, the Chain Frost would have started bouncing as well, should the Medusa have been locked down rather than getting the Stone Gaze off. So, very much I feel a case where if Centaur has a Blink Dagger there, his Stampede doesn't get stolen, he can engage with the stun. Perhaps Stone Gaze doesn't go off, the fight goes very differently. But Secret just got, I guess, fed up of giving away free tower after free tower and wanted to try and stop C9. It did take some very good team fight from C9 to win that fight, though.
It does feel like if you're giving away these towers, you're just feeding the beast, right? And even if you do wait for your timings, C9 may still be too strong because you let them have so much tower bounty and so much control over the map. As a result, they've got the top 3 net worth in the game. PA's somewhat close to them at a 6,300 4th place, but it's the Luna who's much farther behind at 5th place at only 4,500 gold.
Look at this Ogre net worth too. Noya's at 4k. He's been in all those kills at top lane, so he's got an early medallion, soon to be Solar Crest. Solar Crest cheaper than it used to be in some past patches, and that's an item which will make PA's life very, very difficult in these fights. You can put it on the Medusa, you can use it aggressively on PA.
Silent Stampede, but a Dream Coil's there. She can't run out. Oh, that was actually
a stolen
Stampede by Rise.
Yeah. Just using it to guarantee the kill since it was going to wear off soon anyways, and this is all the outer towers if C9 want, but this is not the old patch. You can just use that to take those shrines. We'll have to see a high ground push should you want to take out the shrines if you see them as important objectives. I think C9 will likely just thinking, hey, how and when can we get a Rax at this point? Have we got the damage and items we need to push high ground with? Perhaps the Aegis is going to be enough for them.
They do have some pretty good poking power. If they can put the Medusa or Ace on the front lines, I'm not exactly sure which one you do, because Ace does have Aegis, but Baby Knight's clearly the tankier hero.
Yeah,
you can just kind of poke at the tower and see what happens.
They have the Helm of the Dominator creep there, giving everyone ice armor as well. A great creep to have for this push, assuming they don't just lose to the tower. But even so, they've already got the ice armor out, and Baby Knight is slowly taking this tower with Ace.
An initiation from Kezu hits the stomp. Baby Knight
Oh,
now
he's
going to be
silenced.
silenced up. No opportunity for, oh, Rise. He stole the hook stomp too. What a great ability to pick up. He combo that with the telekinesis. They're just going to keep going. Focus down the tombstone. That would have slowed down their retreat, but they feel like with Kezu down, they can still go for these Raxes. They are ice armored up.
All Secret can do is spam Stifling Dagger at this point. They want to slowly chip away at some of these heroes, but they've got Urn on C9, so Ace backs off when he's low, gets it up. He doesn't want to give his Aegis away for free, and this will be a free Rax.
MP pulled into the telekinesis hoof stomp combination, finished off by the Mystic Snake. A coil in the back lines does pick up Highlight Eye as well, but C9 well focused on objectives, do manage to take out the melee Rax. Knowing it just got popped. A dagger crit as well as a maxed out him pretty hard. C9 now on the retreat. Secret need to be able to catch some things here, but honestly, C9 can turn and fight pretty damn well. The Stampede goes out, but it was kind of a worthless one. Nothing comes of it, and C9 will manage to retreat, only losing the Ogre, getting a full lane of Rax, and now taking Shrines as well.
The timing of those pickoffs played out so well for them. You kill the Centaur, he doesn't have buyback, so suddenly you take away the initiation. Then right as the Centaur's about to respawn, about 3 seconds before he does, they get the follow-up pickoff on Luna. So that means, okay, your initiators respawn, perhaps you look to fight, but then you lose your teamfight spell, no more Eclipse. So both pickoffs meant so much there, because even though you're going to lose the Rax anyways, if Centaur was able to respawn and you at least get some big kills on the retreat there of Cloud9, you can perhaps salvage the situation. But because the Luna goes down, they can't chase, they can't fight, and the advantage of C9 gets bigger and bigger. They've got a minute left with this Aegis, and they may actually go for this top lane of Rax. If they can get there fast, which they'll be there probably with this creep wave in about 30 seconds time, they'll have maybe 1 creep wave worth of Aegis. They want to force this. Lincoln Sphere on Medusa makes her very tanky, and they know that Secret right now are weak.
Secret desperate for a strong initiation here. I got a 4-man smoke up behind MP, start making their way towards the second shrine. They think
the scan sees
Cloud9
him.
may try and go for that shrine, but Cloud9, they wise up to what Secret are up to. They managed to get a successful scan, expecting all of Secret here. Secret are still going to be able to get a decent loop around with the last remnants of smoke, but I don't think it's going to catch Cloud9 by too much. Surprise when the initiation comes. You can see already Rise sitting up the far north. Hoof stomp going to be dodged there by Heston Joe. Turns around, managed to get a nice combination of 3-man coil straight onto Secret. Secret are very rapidly losing all of their heroes. Here comes the buybacks, trying to save MP. MP being body blocked up by Heston Joe. Mid one does come in and executes the puck, but it's not going to be enough to save MP. He runs back to the safety of his base. Puppy is being poked at now by Ace. There goes that Aegis. Secret, this is their best opportunity to be able to fight. They need to be able to pick up all these kills. The chain frost, it doesn't keep on bouncing well enough. Noya gives up his life to try and go for the tombstone and help the rest of C9 escape. Looks like Rise is going to be caught. He also turns around and just makes sure that his 2 cores will stay alive. Mass buybacks, but Secret do not get the big cores.
They don't. I don't think C9, I think C9 just like joined the party. They're like, oh, you're buying back? We're going to buy back too. Puck didn't even have a TP. His TP was on cooldown, so he couldn't even get back to the fight. At this point, C9, the play is just a reset. Like, they just, was that 5 buybacks? It was at least 4, and it looks like it was, yeah, was it all 5 even? Can't count.
The fight recap says 4. Oh boy.
Wow.
All right. Well, there's
that's
the
a dieback.
dieback.
There we go.
60 seconds. Let's go, Secret. It's time to pick up as many kills as you can with the numbers advantage. They're going to be able to find Noya. Ace thinks about turning around, but he doesn't have a gust, nor does he have the numbers to be able to fight Secret there. So,
yeah, I think Secret get a little overexcited. They can sense victory. It's one of those scenarios where if this was a late game, buying back there makes sense. You have boosted travel, you buy back, you TP into the fight, you win the game. But we're still in the early game, realistically. Like, C9, don't get ahead of yourselves, guys. Like, you put yourself in a position to win this game. That was 4 buybacks. Everyone except the Centaur of Kezu. They didn't need a buyback, but they're still in a very dominant position. They ideally look to play around the next Roshan, but right now they were just too kind of keen to play around those buyback cooldowns. But you're still in the early to mid game. You still want to progress item wise, perhaps grab another Aegis, but the respawns now, they'll be ready to repeat the Secret. Rise
playing forward by Rise, catches MP with the telekinesis. There's the Stampede. Noya couldn't get in range for the stun. So Secret do manage to race away. Back to the base they go, as they do have a bottom lane and top lane pushing.
We'll see next smoke up. They want to go aggressive. I thought they might go for the shrine, but this looks like a more aggressive play. They've got good high ground vision. They know if they get a big pick off here, the wave's even pushed out up top, although it does look like it's out. MP Oh no.
As the Joe makes his blink, the silence coil combination brings MP down to half with the Mystic Snake heavily hitting on, and Ace to finish him off. Full damage now. It is the dieback for the Luna. 50 seconds left. Fortunately for Secret, all the lanes are relatively pushed out except for bottom.
Yeah.
So C9 won't be able to instantly go high ground. They'll just have to take the shrine and do that.
Yeah, they could have tried to just fight through the tower without a creep wave thanks to the bottom lane, but I think this is a much safer play. Take the shrine, wait for the creep wave. 30 seconds on Luna is going to be a short enough respawn that she will be alive for the high ground defense, so it seems like C9 are back to maybe the more calculated play, which is map control and Roshan. Fight around those two big objectives. Get an Arcane Rune, and it will be a pretty normal link Roche respawn, a minute away. And we'll see what they can get out of this one. Silver Edge for Ace means this PA blur and evasion will be somewhat negated in this upcoming fight.
Secret, I wonder if they have any smoke left. Do they have any in the inventory? Okay, they've got... Puppey does have a smoke. They've got Chain Frost, Tombstone, and Centaur's AoE Hoof Stomp.
Yeah.
Maybe they can make a contest for Roshan if they smoke up at the right time. The problem is they have no idea when Roche will be up.
I was about to say, I feel like they should try to get a Helm of the Dominator creep and just camp it in the Roche pit to try to find that timing out, but because they don't know the timing, they're just going to smoke now as soon as possible. Try and win a fight, and then fingers crossed if you win a fight, Roche is respawned and you take it. But C9 positioned well behind the Medusa on the high ground.
Drop down a ward. I mean, 80 vision at this point for this upcoming team fight is worth expending. Puppey aren't moving forward, but they decide against it. They back up. They know Cloud9. They didn't make the read initially when the smoke happened. They sure as hell read it now when creeps are pushing out of tier.
And without a pick-off, Roche is respawned at a time very favorable for C9. I feel like this is where C9 should look best in a gem. Just take out those wards outside Secret space. It makes it damn near impossible to engage without them. And even just leaving your base with harm becomes impossible. But strategically, it helped them a little bit. Or more likely than not, C9, though, are just going to try and barrel down this top lane. They are strong enough now with the Aegis on Drow Ranger, with the frontlining Medusa, with Lincolns, that they can come very close to just breaking through. And probably thinking that these buybacks still on cooldown for 2 minutes could be something that they want to try and play around.
Ace will finish up his Hurricane Pike here off the neutrals before this next push ensues. Kezu at least gets Vanguard, Crimson Guard all complete, so that will help his team tank up some.
And Ogre's Vlad's 20 gold away, so they're not bringing the Courier out just yet. That's another big team fight. Damage boost as well as armor boost against the physical damage of the PA, so it's a pretty decent upgrade into this upcoming team fight. The Hurricane Pike helps a lot against the initiation, the PA. Even if she's BKB, you can still just use it to 4-staff yourself out of there, so they will be waiting those big items.
Courier coming in. Push should now progress. Baby Knight. Lincolns and half of the Scotty. Tori is going to be the big frontliner. Ace will sit a little bit farther back with his Aegis. Getting a lot of damage done onto that tier 3.
It melts fast, these buildings.
Silence misses on Kezu. Midwan tries to jump forward and get a little damage done on Ace, but the melee racks, it's going to follow the Baby Knight here. It's not just Ace that's big physical damage either, but Baby Knight, he hits for 300 damage a shot now. Yeah.
Luce's downside often is that you need a couple of big items. Your items are always very defensive. You don't actually do much right-click damage typically, but Deuce is such a popular pick with the Drow Ranger, able to boost up her damage, almost double her damage output through the Drow Aura with the split shot. And Baby Knight has a Skadi for this final high ground attempt. I say final because if they get this lane of Rex, it is game over for Team Secret. There is not really any coming back from mega creeps, and C9 have run out of the window with the buybacks on cooldown. They know that when those buybacks come back up, because Puck at the same time, so Hester is probably saying, look, my buyback is back up, that means theirs are too, but ultimately, I feel like Secret just need to buy out whatever items they can get to try and defend with. They can't rely on buybacks for a defense like this. They got to go all out.
Oh, nice hook stop. Well, not really. It's only just on Baby Knight, and that's a hero that can easily tank it up. Mid one goes ahead and pops his BKB, runs out of the coil. Kezu will sit there tanking Ace's shots. He'll be okay for some time. Mid one jumps back in with BKB now. Stone Gaze was used. I think that means Cloud9 are going to wait to push, but we'll see.
Yeah, even Baby Knight lost a big chunk of his mana pool. They've got 2 minutes on the Aegis, so they're not in a big rush right now, but they also don't have any major items coming their way anytime soon. With Deuce having just picked up the Skadi, they just the Vlads. They ideally want to try and end this game off of this Roshan, but they will find a regen. That's a nice pickup. Baby Knight will probably hold that one now that he's got a decent chunk of mana back, and just chip at the tower, back off, pop a regen, and then go back in if he needs to.
But also have to side lane pushes, super creeps coming in on both sides. Fortunately, they did not expend anything too big there. Chain Frost being used, but that's not massive. Another stun out from Kezu onto Baby Knight. Baby Knight actually just turns, gonna take down Kezu, it looks like, as he's still silenced up, unable to get off the Stampede. And the rest of Secret, not able to do much here. Ace was pretty far forward, but he does have the Aegis. Secret were not willing to commit to getting that kill. Another stun out on Ace, brought him down to half HP, but the melee Rax is falling fast. Now the initiation comes out from Heads to Joe. BKB activated, almost finished off Heads to Joe, but he managed to get the orb away. Phase shift, there goes the stop. They do actually manage to pick up Luna as well. Looks like C9, they've got everything they need to be able to finish off this one. Mid one gets pushed back, jumps right back on top of Ace, but can't even get the Aegis down. Secret will lose the game number 3. They are out of the DAC qualifiers. Cloud9 move on.
Yeah, I think most people pegged Secret as the favorite coming into this series. I mean, they had success winning the Style Ladder qualifiers. They had a pretty good group stage outside of like maybe a shaky best of 3 against Navi, but they beat Navi pretty convincingly the second time the two teams met, but they just didn't seem totally well prepared.
I'll take us back to times when lives were similar and times that all seemed easier. Don't be afraid, I'll be the one to guide you through this endless maze. Don't look so sad, your crying eyes won't dry. You gotta drive with both headlights so we can see the world and we'll run away together like you. 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 Come close to me, I'll whisper in your ear the things that we could be. I'll drown us in the purple drapes that you were clothed in. We could live like royalty. I'll sing to you like a radio that's held beneath your window. Don't look so sad, your crying eyes won't dry. You gotta drive with both headlights so we can see the world and we'll run away together like you.
Liquid's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Radiant team ban. Liquid's turn to pick.
Keeper of the light.
Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
I just got back that second. Oh, now you're good.
Radiant team pick.
Oh no. I missed everything you just said until 10 seconds ago, though. For me, yes. Not. I
10
think
seconds remaining.
depending who you ask, I'll give different answers. Though I don't know who'd you call as the favorite.
5 seconds remaining. Liquid's turn to pick.
Brewmaster.
Radiant team ban.
King Liquid favored. Lycan's in the pool now. That's got a favorite Liquid, right? They've got Lycan player
10
in
seconds
Matumba Man.
remaining.
Whether or not we'll see that here in this
5
game, we'll have to wait and
seconds
see. I don't know if
remaining.
he's been playing the new and changed and tweaked Lycan all that much in pub games or not. But
Reserve time.
for now, fairly Liquid-esque opening. I mean, this is not what most teams are doing, but this is definitely what Liquid have been doing. Coddle's been first ban against them in a lot of games. They get their hands on it, and then they get the Mind Control Brewmaster as their second pick to help be a nice kind of team fight utility hero to match what the Centaur's going to bring to the table.
Liquid's turn to ban.
I think I've lost Cap.
Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Liquid's turn to ban.
Whew. That's okay.
Radiant team pick.
We're 4 picks in, so it's not. Yeah, we're not finished with the draft as long as that's fine.
Ten seconds remaining.
Dazzle.
At least it's during the draft.
Liquid's
We're not missing
turn
all
to
too
pick.
much.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Crystal Maiden.
Radiant
Uh-oh.
team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds
Weaver.
remaining. Liquid's turn to pick.
We still got a couple picks left.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Slog.
Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Liquid's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
For those of you in DOTA TV, we should be getting things back on the way soon with the cast here. Cap's just reconnecting, and hopefully everything will be alright.
Shadow Fiend.
Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Outworld Devourer.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Thirty seconds to battle. The battle begins.
I was meant to have this.
Denied.
Too slow. How many times are you gonna miss? Dazzle! It was not your fate. Dazzle!
Là, presque quasiment do que eu sei d'abord.
Ataque germinante, ok. Fechado estranho. Muito dano pra um Sukushi.
Задать просто deny все, держи линию.
Quand même sacrément accessible, hein, ces deux camps. Il vient de compléter Bottle, j'imagine, Miracle.
That should help. Denied. Shadow Wave! A lucky find.
This'll come in handy.
Finders keepers.
Gigantesco ali na fase de rodas contra o OD, mas está recuperando ali na floresta. Esses acúmulos vão ajudar ele ainda mais, já que ele tem uma reserva de mana ali interessante para utilizar as ruínas, não sofreu nenhum ataque da esfera do OD para perder inteligência, então o Miracle consegue se manter ali muito bem no patrimônio por causa disso.
Pois bem, senhores, olha só. Ele está em terceiro patrimônio, muito próximo do Slark, né? Que estava livre para farmar lá embaixo. E opa, TP do GH. Cadê o atordoar? Ninguém tem como cancelar o teleporte. Então ele sai ali na frente de todo mundo. Sem nenhum problema. E jogo tranquilo, 0 a 0. Vai chegar aos 8 minutos agora. Ufa, tá lá, 8 minutos, tá de dia. Ninguém morreu ainda, Shaolin. Taxa de mortalidade desse jogo aqui bem baixa. O que o Miracle vai puxar agora? Ele tá puxando o que no entregador? Turno do poder? É o controle do poder dele. Uma tumba ali com metade da vida e absorveu isso aqui. Ele tem telecinese. Ele tá abrindo um pouquinho de espaço para o AD chegar, só que o AD tá muito longe. E uma tumba passa em retirada, né? Consegue sair ainda. E Apps agora encontra um Miracle e a runa de visibilidade está próxima de acabar, só que não tem ninguém da equipe dele para tentar fazer qualquer coisa, usufruir aqui dessa visão que ele está dando.
Tem nível 6 também.
First blood? What is this? I came here to be tested. Dark light! That should help.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I'm sensing a pattern here. I'll take that. Use the might. Die.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's top tower is under attack.
A barrel of blood! Hold my liquor. Visitors to the outer dark.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
I was
Non,
meant
tu sais qu'à un moment donné, il va avoir un Aghanim, il va avoir des objets.
This'll come in handy.
Ça va pas être juste un centaure qui va dagger et stomp, quoi. C'est un centaure qui pourra servir à autre chose en team.
double damage.
Está muy armado, tiene Hand of Midas, incluso se ha dado el lujo de ir por el Hand of Midas en Dark Body Warrior, que es algo que no veíamos, o sea que no era estándar, o que no es estándar hace mucho tiempo. Hermosa el robo de Yapsor del Primal.
How I wish I had this back at Top Reef.
On a la dagger Brou, je crois, qui est là. En même temps que la Shadow Blade SF. Ouais, donc on a deux items à peut-être aller utiliser.
Ouais, sentry du côté de Beers. Pas de sentry, hein. Oui, au mid. Défensif, de la part de Forever.
Пролетит мимо, может быть.
Там ближе колбочка подтянулась.
Да, мог быть прак. Всего 1000 голды преимущество у команды
Мало.
Bears. Очень
Мало.
Это
Против
просто лишние
Liquid
деньги
это мало.
Hero, да. Это как раз таки на топе. Сделал ТП-аут. Казалось бы, что сейчас будут огромные проблемы.
Через 2 кора делают. Им же надо фарм как-то делить.
Убивали людей.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
My name shall live on.
Frostfire take you.
Safe word.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's courier has been killed. Roshan has fallen to the dark.
I'll take that.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
That should help. Gotcha!
Dire's top tower is under attack.
The stone has reached my heart.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Zap!
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
A lucky find.
A golden thread.
Double damage.
This'll come in handy.
Light! Never touch the stuff again.
Come your limit.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I was meant to have this. Shadow wave!
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
Light! My Shadow wave! Re-up me! Gravely mistaken.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Dazzling no more.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I'll take that.
Cease.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
This'll come in handy.
Regeneration.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
That should help.
I'll take that.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
How many times are you going?
Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I'm in your debt.
Double damage.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Go away!
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen. bottom barracks are under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Good for my tower.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Regeneration.
Shadow wave.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Worst is still to come. Dynamite protection. Shadow wave. Excommunicated.
Your blood froze. To the frozen waste.
That should help.
I'll take that.
A barrel of blood. I was meant to have this.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top barracks are under attack.
A golden thread.
This'll come in handy.
Dark light! Dazzle!
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
I was meant to have this.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Prophecy set me aloft.
I'll take that. A golden thread. So honorable.
Dire's top barracks are under attack. Dire's top barracks has fallen. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's middle barracks are under attack.
I was only indirectly responsible.
Dire's bottom barracks are under attack. Dire's bottom barracks is falling.
Speed where your heart does not.
Radiant victory.
When there's no more light that you can see, I'll take us back to times when lives were similar and times that all seemed easier. Don't be afraid, I'll be the one to guide you through this endless maze. Don't look so sad, your crying eyes won't dry. You gotta drive with both headlights so we can see the world and we'll run away together like come close to me. I'll whisper in your ear the things that we could be. I'll drown us in the purple drapes that you were clothed in. We could live like royalty. I'll sing to you like a radio that's held beneath your window. Don't look so sad, your crying eyes won't dry. You gotta drive with both headlights so we can see the world and we'll run away together like
Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Yeah.
Liquid's turn to ban. Dire team ban. Liquid's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds.
It's been like a smooth qualifier. Suddenly everything gets tumultuous and rocky today, but the Dota is at its peak. That was, in my mind, the best game of the qualifier so far, the highest level. And we've had a lot of draft wins, I feel, in some of the other Europe games. Looking at a lot of the Cloud9 games, they're a very draft-driven team. Same for Secret, I'd say, even. But that game wasn't won on draft. It was just won by sheer team play and some great plays at that. So really enjoyed that game one.
Definitely, and looking forward to see what they bring with game number 2. And already it's a little bit of a different look. We've got the Slardar, Lone Druid, Rubik, Dazzle in. Now Batrider picked up as well. Lone Druid, he gets through. They didn't want to give him the Weaver or the Earth Spirit. What do you think?
Strat.
10 seconds remaining.
I think Fata's been playing very well on the Weaver, and
5 seconds
I've always had like some doubts here and there about like how good a carry Weaver can transition into like the mid to late game, but like I'm rethinking that every time I see Fata play this hero. He just manages to farm so well. He has such a high impact through split pushing, finding kills, putting pressure on the opponents. Like, he's making me a full believer in this one position Weaver at all stages of the game, not just as like a early to mid game hero. So I'd like the ban from Liquid. It's been such a common pick for Bears that it's worth putting them in a different position where Fata's perhaps playing a hero like Lone Druid.
Well, and I think that that's worth looking at. I mean, even at the high levels, you've got some players that are just more comfortable with certain heroes, and it fits their play style well. I'm kind of curious to see how they end up changing it all around. And Wind Ranger is going to be the pick. So a hero that got some interesting changes most recent game. What do you think? There was the added talent, I think, where you get like movement speed slow or something?
Yeah, movement.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Run slow. What total slow is that? So depending what level it is, so you can have
55.
level 1 win run.
Oh
yeah, but if it's like let's say level 10, you go for max shackle build, so you only have 1 in win run. It's still a 33% slow with just level 1 in the spell. That's a ridiculously high slow for a value point.
Right, and it also, I believe, did get the AoE increased as well by another 25. So that's going to be, it's actually a little bit. I think if I remember correctly, Black Hole is 420 AoE, so it's like 100 range shorter than a Black Hole AoE. And in these team fights, you start slowing down these people, particularly with a Lone Druid that's just going to be able to punch them in the back of the head while they're trying to run away. If they start building into a couple more slows, that could be a problem. And just in general, it's an interesting pick. Where do you like her now, though?
I mean, she's just mid laner, I guess. Pretty like there's not many heroes that necessarily counter Wind Ranger as a mid, so pretty sure we'll see Bears run it there. I don't feel like it's an off. I mean, it could theoretically be an off laner, but to me, you typically want to run those more, I guess, in-your-face kind of off-laners, those front-liners, the initiators, the Axe, the Centaurs that Liquid are banning. We've seen Timbersaw get picked up quite a bit for Forev. That's potentially a hero that becomes even more appealing now that there's a sniper there. The right-click damage can be somewhat negated by the reactive armor, although we'll be seeing the sniper mid, and sniper actually a pseudo counter, like one of the better heroes against win ranges, since you can't necessarily rely on the win run as an escape against headshots. So I do like this pick from Liquid, but all in all, I'm excited to see this Bears draft and how.
Definitely a lot to be experimented with. Of course, we're just in the first day of it at this point, first games of it at this point, and well, we'll see what Bears have cooked up overnight. I don't know how much time they actually had to check out the patch before they ended up having to play the game. Maybe it's something that we could hit them up over Twitter about or something later on to find out. But in any case, also the Nyx Assassin going to get taken. A great answer to the Batrider. The one problem I feel like this hero does sometimes have is the laning stage can sometimes get shut down a little bit. Do you think that Bears need to facilitate that by sending somebody else to the offlane, or do you think he can be played in the support role?
I think it's more likely the 4F hero. I've seen him play it. Looking like we don't know what the carry is going to be just yet for Liquid, but the Dazzle is pretty good support to zone a Nyx with, and Nyx is not the best hero to fall back and jungle it up if you are getting zoned out. So perhaps we see Bears go for some kind of a dual lane. Rubik could be Adam or Yapsor's hero. We've seen both of them play it, so maybe we see Yapsor end up on something a bit more aggressive that can join up with the Nyx Assassin. But
10 seconds remaining.
I want to say, yeah, it's probably going to be a 4F hero. The thing is with Nyx, so you also want to get the fast level 6, so sharing the experience in your lane is also kind of going against your interests a little bit.
Yeah, that's something to be concerned about, I guess. And Heroes definitely wants that extra bit of experience. Lifestealer also going to get taken out, as well as the Disruptor. I don't know. I feel like this is sort of just when I look at this draft from Bears, it's like they want to go in and find a quick pickoff, or can they kind of with an Assassin, you're always looking for the pickoff game as opposed to just trying to group up and push, unless you go for something weird like an early Aghanims. Do you think that Team Liquid has the counter push well enough to deal with that?
Yeah, right now, not great. They don't have a good early fighting. Batrider can kind of fight early and offer some pickoff potential, but I feel like the safe lane Matu hero needs to be early game focused. Like I think like a Necrophos type pick, although Necro isn't necessarily good against the Nyx Assassin with the mana burn, but that's like the kind of style of hero I'd like to see Matu end up on, because the sniper is going to be that more late game oriented carry, and also a hero that is going to need some space out of the carry. You can't have sniper and the safe laner necessarily going all in on the late game. You're just not going to get that room to farm with Nyx Assassin roaming around finding pickoffs. So we'll see what he ends up on, but yeah, this is going to be an interesting game as far as Liquid's draft goes, with how well they can make this sniper pick work for them.
Yeah. One thing I will mention, I got to watch some of Team Liquid's games in Starladder where they just looked dominant, and the Batrider Slardar lane was really, really hard to deal with. I'm kind of curious to see how the Lone Druid does it. Since we have this Mirana taken, I guess this means that what are these lanes looking like?
This is going to be a Yapster plays a lot. He used to play a lot. I mean, he streams this a lot. He plays the support Mirana typically, like roaming full position Mirana, arrow some neutrals, get a fast level 2, chuck some arrows at mid lane, chuck some arrows at the safe lane. He'll go where he's needed, and the Rubik is a good setup for him. So can Liquid, you sneaky devils. No one. I mean, people have seen Miracle play this hero a bit in pubs, but this is the first time Liquid have picked Meepo with this roster. I want to say it's going to be Miracle playing that and Matu on the sniper. This is probably a role swap from these guys, but maybe Matu's got a Meepo. Who knows? This is a yeah. Gotta wait for that perfect timing, like where you start it, you're in the draft, you come out and you're in game or something. But sometimes you go into the game fast, I feel, and then other times, yeah, they're gonna wind the timer down to 0.
Meepo pick. I mean, you said a little bit about it. We're not sure exactly it's going to look like as far as who's playing it. Well, now we do know that it is in fact going to be Miracle. How do Bears deal with this? What's the play? What's the way to deal with them?
Whoa. Yapster is playing the support Wind Ranger. Interesting. I guess your level 1 power shot's that much better now, so this hero is also better support. But how do you deal with it? Typically, you deal with a Meepo by having some heroes that are good against Meepo, so they haven't got that. Plan B, not let Meepo snowball, which is going to, I'd probably get good farm, unless you want to contest his lane, which you could consider, but don't let him get too many kills around that 10 to 15 minute stage of the game. When he gets his Treads, Dragonlance, and then later on his Blink, like if he gets kills with Treads, Dragonlance, he gets an incredibly fast Blink, and if he gets a fast Blink, he's going to get a lot more kills. It's that Meepo constant snowball that you've got to worry about, and beat through having good burst damage, which is going to come from Fata's Aghanim's timing, really. So we'll see how well Fata can do. I think he's going to be the key player to look out for. I don't know if they changed up the roles based on the Meepo pick. Perhaps they were going to do Wind Ranger mid, and then they saw Meepo and they're like, screw it, we got to do Cormorana now. But either way, this Meepo pick is fantastic. This could be the outdraft Liquid needed to take it to a game 3.
Well, it certainly doesn't start by getting impaled here, as he is going to get hit. A couple more right clicks. The arrow is not going to connect, and it looks like Forev actually is maybe going to be the one that ends up going down. A good heal bomb comes through and poof a little bit off the mark, but Kuroki draws first blood.
The bounty rune and the first blood, Liquid. You've got the draft advantage, I'd say, and now you get a first blood advantage as well. That's going to really help them out. And that's the offlane Nyx going down. He's got an Iron Talon, so he's already geared up for going to the jungle, but this means that Yaps are unlikely to be able to pair up with him to contest this bottom lane. He's going to come towards mid lane, it looks like, throw some power shots perhaps, look for a courier snipe, although he's already too late to find the courier. He's seemingly just trying to line up some power shots here.
And I was looking at this actually, 180 damage on a 12-second cooldown for 90 mana. Like, talk about getting snipes. Tempo Man, you're not ready for this.
At this point, yeah, the Wind Ranger is the real sniper right now. Matu, with his lane pushed out, has to trade hits, which is an okay exchange for him for now, because he's got headshot. He's actually going to get Yapso pretty low there.
To keep our eye on it, but the 2600 range, I mean, if you line it up correctly, this could be a really cool way to just kind of abuse this sniper who wants to stay in one spot for a lot of time and just right-click heroes down. So we'll have to keep our eye on that lane.
Oh, too far up. Oh, Slider's not going to go in just yet. They're waiting for him to push out some more.
Does have that level 1 impale, so they know that he is not going to be able to have Spike Carapace. And in the meantime, this does secure Miracle some free farm, which is great for him, going for that early... Looks like treads, I guess.
Yep. Yeah. Rush your treads, get your Dragonlance. Pretty standard Meepo stuff. The Dragonlance a little, tiny nerf. I think it was like, what, 1 less agi or something in the 7.02 patch?
Yeah.
Might be wrong on that. But I feel like Yapsor really needs... Oh, cancels the South Nice, but I feel like he needs to do something magical in this mid lane. Be it find a kill on the sniper, find a courier. He needs to somehow do something that a Wind Ranger normally wouldn't do. Like, I think support Wind Ranger, I'm like, what is this hero actually going to do? Probably not a whole lot, but he may find an opportunity to do so. But Forev is constantly getting hounded.
Oh, almost ends up going down there. That natural high base regen, maybe being the savior for him there, but they are just punishing this Nyx assassin. So what we were talking about in the draft is that if this hero does get shut down, even with an Iron Talon, it's not a great time for you. But continuing to harass Matumba Man mid.
And Miracle is level 3 in his Meepo, so you can actually send one of his Meepos to roam with the supports if he wants to. He'll have treads, so theoretically leave one Meepo in lane farming, have the other with your team with those treads, and you're a very strong early fighting force. And if Foreb comes back to the lane like he's doing now with his TP, and he's level 1, he could get quick killed off by Miracle if he's not careful.
Oh, meanwhile over here to the side, they do run into Yapsor, but doesn't look like they're going to be able to make anything happen, as you just be able to walk out and away. So a little bit of a failed smoke gank there, and now they're kind of just going to be left walking around the map.
I feel like this Meepo pick is completely thrown off Bears. Bears are going to be playing a very farm-oriented early game. Mirana not a hero to easily rotate. Lone Druid typically just wants to farm. You could see some early pressure from Lone Druids onto towers. That's something that sometimes comes out, but given the nature of Batrider and what he can do at top, he's likely going to be there for the Firefly to defend it. They'd love to find a kill on Mind Control, but that just doesn't seem all too possible with this dual lane until they get perhaps an Entangle with a level 5 Spirit Bear.
And you can see GH as well, that they're trying to make things happen mid at the same time. There's just not really a great way for them to get stuff done here, but we'll have to watch our eyes on Adam, and as long as they're forcing back Fata and not really allowing him to get complete and total free farm, I feel like guess it is a win.
Yeah, small win. I mean, right now, Yeah, for Liquid, absolutely. I mean, the Matu doesn't even have to get farmed for their draft to be working, but he is getting farm mid. Every single of the 3 cores on the Liquid side is getting good CS in this laning stage. Meanwhile, Nyx is not. Yapster will get found by a crush, but there's no follow-up there. It looks like for now, Miracle is just happy to play the farming game with his Meepos, keep both of them in bottom lane to farm the jungle and the lane. Hasn't sent any of them off roaming, but that is likely going to change fairly early on, perhaps around the timing of his first Dragonlance.
They do pull back Kuroki here, and it is going to be able to get the Entangling Claws off, so well, that's going to be a kill going back their way. So Bears with the bear, making kills happen.
Yeah, this top lane now becomes a lane that they can actually win the Entangle. The Orb of Venom, the Blightstone as well there, so they've got all the tools they need to kill heroes in this top lane. They need to try and kill anyone who comes to the top lane and push that tower early. I feel like that's going to open up perhaps potential rotations, but for now it's bottom lane where Liquid are focusing. 2 Meepos and a Slada. Could try and engage in here, but it's a little bit risky considering Yapsor is also in the neighborhood.
Oh, you know what? I don't know if they updated that bug that happened with Meepo. If you look at his second Meepo, he has 1140 HP. I think that they still have that thing where you get double counted HP for treads.
That's actually was like an intended change with the way that the treads work, because I remember Black tweeting that like, hey, this is a bug, but no, it's not a bug. That's how it's meant to work, because you get full stat share from Meepo now. Without it used to be with you have to have Ag Scepter to get 100% stat share, but that was the big buff to Meepo where you don't need to go Ags anymore.
Got it.
So your secondary Meepos get the strength from the main Meepo with treads, and then they get double the strength because they also have treads themselves. So they get double strength from the treads.
Got it. Very interesting. That was something that I was wondering about because I saw the tweet and I was like, he was very upset about it. It seemed like.
I think he just lost one too many pub game against Meepo.
I mean, who can blame him? It's a rough life, definitely.
SEA, and he's playing SEA pubs. There's way too many Meepo pickers over there.
Well. Still a very passive early laning stage.
Mind control up top.
Are they actually going to get him here? He's looking to go forward for Adam, and this is a lot of damage down on top of that Rubik, who because they actually are going to be able to get this turned back around. They have Kuroki there to heal him back up, but Fairy Fire not going to be enough. But it does look like it's going to end up going down somehow. The power shot comes through. They take the Kuroki a double. That's a fightable look to be a weird one.
In the fire, yeah. They were going for the Rubik, and it ends up being a lone Druid kill, which is even better.
Yeah. Well,
is not the outcome they were hoping for.
So a very what I thought was going to be a very passive laning phase turns out to be a little bit more aggressive up there top. Do you feel like right now it's just Liquid super happy about Miracle basically having free farm? Is there anything else that they really need to accomplish with the rest of their heroes, or is it just going to be the Miracle show pretty much?
Create space for Matu as well by playing so aggressive up top. Even if Mind Control's dying in these situations, it means the supports aren't mid. It also meant Sniper had to, the Mirana had to rotate. So Sniper had an empty lane, has phase boots, double wraith band. Matu's actually getting really good farm on his Sniper because of that aggression up top lane. So any aggression up top, even if you're trading equally, even if you're losing heroes, both die and you get 1 kill, is still worth it, just due to the nature the other 2 core heroes farming. Meepo has his first Dragonlance, and I think this is really where Meepo typically looks to fight and join up a bit. Bottom lane, nice kill though.
Yeah, Trev was scouting that out for a very long time, waiting for GH to eventually get there, but stepped a bit too far forward and end up punishing. So something going back the way of Nyx. And this is a hero that can cause some trouble for Meepo. He's farming off in the jungle alone as well. They managed to catch him out in that point, but it looks like they're trying to set up on Forev now.
Yeah, he does not have Vendetta. Kill.
Pretty quick and easy. There's the crush, the follow-up, double poof, and Impale trying to get away. I don't think that. Oh, maybe he actually is going to be able to. They have another crush in 1 second, and no mana left on Forev, so they'll take that one.
Have to work for it, but still a kill. And Matu up top is looking for a courier. Gets over the trees though. It was a hasted Sniper. But yeah, I feel like Miracle hasn't used the early laning stage timings of Meepo. Not that that's necessarily a mistake, it's more like a playstyle choice it is, where he hasn't tried to rotate with 1 Meepo to join his team. Like the Slatters initially was moving around the map a lot. Kuro was also playing aggressive up top. If they had a Meepo potential support with them with a poof, it could have been very potent, but the trade-off is what we're seeing now is a very farm Meepo. If you make those rotations and you don't get kills, you'd be not as farmed as we see Miracle is. Miracle's trusting in the fact that he can just farm and come out with what looks to be a double Dragonlance treads around 10 minutes in. He's going to have like 1500, 1600 HP and be near unkillable with this itemization that he's got.
Yeah. Oh, and you can also see the movement now down towards the jungle. They want to try and put a kibosh on this, but Bears to actually find him out. He's heading over to the other side. Maybe GH will be the pickup that they can get. Although, looks like they're going to head up.
Perfect time to not get caught.
Oh, they are probably going to be able to at least put some pressure on him, Matumba Man.
He's got the sentry nearby, but Forb is just out of range. He walks in now. Matu knows.
Yeah, they got the shrapnel stolen from Matumba Man. Turn it back around. The Impale a little bit. Oh, no, they are going to actually throw it out there finally, but Miracle is shown back up. Goes on to Furo. That's going to be one going down. Flamebreak pushes back at him. They control him as well, and the clutch onto Fata. In some trouble. Come here, says Batrider, and they take him down.
Being Meepo'd, Lyrical. They are being Meepo'd. Second Dragonlance is just about online, and Miracle is fighting to get out of control. If that smoke rotation found him like 3 seconds earlier jungling, that would have been the big kill that Bears needed. The kill on the sniper is nice. It's a decent kill, but Meepo getting all those turnaround kills definitely making it a heavily liquid favored engagement. And even if it's a clean pick on the sniper, it's still not the kill they want. The Meepo is the top net worth hero and the very high over-leveled hero. The nature of Meepo is such that you get very far ahead, and a death on Meepo hurts a lot more than a death on any other core hero because of how this hero functions. So Miracle wants to make sure he does not die for as long as possible this game.
Oh, just the assassinate onto Yapsor as well for good measure whenever he wants to sit there in the lane. It's also, I mean, you talked about it earlier, Matumba Man having a good game. This is a hero that can also get out of control, and with that bulky front liner of the 5 Meepos running at your face, it's going to be really tough for them to deal with this. So I don't know, Furo maybe needing to really step it up here and make something happen. He's 0-2 so far, 0-2-3. Can't really blame him too much for that.
I mean, he's the first death is a little bit his fault, to be honest, like standing the Firefly, but ultimately that's not the reason that Bears are in the position that they are this game. It's the aggression of Liquid that's really catching him off guard, and that mid-fight was a very much a team decision to try and fight there. He's going to kill now on Slada with the help of Forb. Nice bait. Forb was there waiting for that aggression, turns it around perfectly with an Impale. So this is, I feel like Furo is doing the most he can given the situation. He's playing a lone druid against a Meepo strat. It's so hard to fight into Miracle that looks like he's just decided there's not a whole lot he can do. Bottom lane seems to be where Bears have their eyes set, but Miracle is coming in from behind, walking past an Observer Ward though.
Yeah, and this net, very long range as well. Needs to really respect that Fata here, and now the TPs are going to start to show up. Slardar looking for the initiation. Nice leap away, but might end up being in a little bit of trouble. They have the crush. There's the shrapnel as well. Oh, Fata still invis, so they aren't going to realize this.
Detection? No detection. They're going to stack shrapnel on him. He can't go for the TP because they'll see him TP. Oh, that's such a terrible spot to be in. You're like, I have a TP. They don't see me. I'm invis. They have no sentries here. Well, they did eventually get a sentry, but you can't TP up because the TP would reveal you, and then they can amp you up. You can throw spells at you, you're going to die. Sniper will just right-click you down.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Very, very unfortunate situation there. Mirana, forced to leap out, and granted, maybe if he was heading back the other direction earlier, it would have not been an issue, but regardless, you can tell Liquid playing a great game at Dota so far. They know what they need to accomplish to come away with the victory, and so far they're making it happen. For Bears, what's the big response now? Is it just like everybody run at Miracle? Is there anything else besides that, really?
At some point, or at this point, it's Matu. That's the free kill they'll take. It's got to come through, like having a numbers advantage in these engagements. You can never go into a fight like with just 2 heroes, for example, if you're near an enemy tower, because Liquid can quickly respond. Meepo poofs in, Slaughter rotations. Batrider we've seen get active early as well. He's got a Blink Dagger, and I think that's the big thing. Bring all your cores for these kills. They bring in both Lone Druid and Nyx Assassins, that bottom lane, to make sure that fight goes the way they were hoping for it to. So they're going to have the early Nyx Blink. I think the big thing they need to play around is all this great aggressive vision. Adam's done a really good job of getting these deep enemy jungle wards up. The vision advantage definitely favors Bears, and I think that's something, we saw last game where when they've had these good vision, they've been able to find key pickoffs, and those were what broke game 1 open for them. They're at a draft disadvantage, but they can try and use this vision to ideally kill Meepo. That is really what it comes down to is, how do you kill Meepo? When do you kill Meepo? How often can you kill him? Because if you don't kill Meepo this game, you're not going to win this game. At some point, you have to solve the Meepo problem.
And maybe that's going to end up being off the back of a, I don't know, maybe a rotation in at some point, a next big item that comes up. You've got Blink on Nyx Assassin, but right now it's just, they're playing kind of ring around the jungle consistently. Miracle's still able to farm out the secondary jungle here, and I think this is part of the reason why this hero is just
nice scan.
Yeah, they are going to spot that out. I think it's part of the reason why you have these heroes that are getting first phase banned all the time, because he's just so strong. There's the Blink.
Meepo is definitely one of those heroes. Yeah, the Blink, the gap closing item is concern. This is where kills will become that much easier. Miracle, he's instantly towards the top lane, knows it's pushed out, someone might come to farm up there, so considering a kill, but again, diving near towers, you don't want to get too aggressive unless your team is with you, because that's where bears can punish. And killing a carry to die as a Meepo is never worth it, unless you're talking like super late game when everyone is level 25. At this stage when he's level 14 and the next highest level in the game is the level 12 Mirana, Lone Druid's only level 10, you do not want to be trading your life.
You can see this as well. Yeah, they scouted it out, I believe. Yapsor is going to get jumped upon, and now they pull him back in, so immediate Blink, poof, and, well, Brev also going to be able to get out of there. Running a little bit close, but that's going to be a tower gone, and it feels like there's no response at all. It's so hard.
There isn't. They just don't have a Meepo counter hero here. They don't have the burst damage. The Mirana Act is perhaps the first item pickup where I'd look like maybe bears think about fighting into the Meepo, but even that I feel like is a decent boost in their burst damage, but not going to be enough. There's actually going to be a very early, this is another thing, like the Meepo you get the early Roshan, you get the Aegis advantage, and having to kill Meepo twice is impossible, realistically. Killing him once is, okay, you could theory craft a situation where Nyx initiates, Shackle Shot follow-up, maybe a power shot, air damage, the Mirana with the double Starstorm. Yeah, that's possible, but doing it twice? Nah, not happening.
Well, and you talk about that big item for Fata eventually coming up as well, the Aghanim Scepter is, well, he's just going to get jumped upon, trying to TP out of there, is going to make it very, very close, but the thing that was, that saving grace isn't even completely a saving grace, because Meepo is going to have that naturally high magic resistance as well, so, a lot of your damage that's coming out right now for bears is just also not going to be as effective against killing them. Really tough.
Absolutely. He's queued up a Hex for now. We'll see if he sticks to that one, but that's like the counter item to have against the Mirana, the Wind Ranger. I mean, just having that lockdown for when you initiate. Sometimes you just see Meepos go like Ethereal Blades and Diffusals to just mass agi so you can break buildings and do a ridiculous amount of DPS, but it's like Miracle opting for the more utility initiation aspect. He's got damage coming from the sniper as well, so there's not a huge amount of pressure for him to have to do all the damage. Bears, again, can't fight into this 2 lives of Meepo.
Oh, they are trying to. Looks like they want to try and take a fight here as movement comes in, and Kuro is gonna end up jumping onto Yapsor, trying to bring him down. The Impale is gonna connect onto Mind Control.
Comes
chaotic. Oh, he wants it. Miracle looking for the initiation. They are not going to be able to find it, so they just lose the Wind Ranger.
Smoked up Rubik. Gotta be careful, my friend. Matu is right next to him. They're actually gonna go for a kill with Bata, the lift into Arrow.
All right, coming through. The damage is there. Shrapnel as well. Why not? They take him down, and Adam trying to TP out. Doesn't look like they're gonna be able to get there to break it. Any win at this point.
That's, yeah, a pretty sizable win considering position they're in. It's kind of impossible to team fight. You want to run away from any group of liquid heroes that come at you. That's possible, but they somehow catch the sniper alone. It didn't even feel like Matu was totally out of position there. I think the assumption was that bears had just scurried away and ran away from the Meepo, and that's true. Meepo was in the river though. They'd run away to the north, but also to the south, and they managed to catch the straggler and the sniper there. So nice pick off, and bears buy themselves a little bit of time. You know, any kill you can get. This is truly the Aegis. Like last game we saw Aegis is picked up and they ran into it. Like Miracle got Aegis last game on SF, they fought into it knowing there was no ultis. Meepo does not have downtime. There's no ulti he's waiting for. He is ready to fight, ready to go anytime he's got an Aegis, and almost catches Yapsor. Quick full staff out.
Same for Ev as well, just blinking out in a way. Does not want to get caught there, but they stop the push at least for a moment. Still, it's feeling like it's just sort of stalling the inevitable, at least. I'm not exactly sure like what the point is that you really turn it back around. I feel like it has to be another situation like catching the Tumbleman where somebody is out of position, almost as if they're playing against themselves at this point.
They got to find the openings, which there'll always be some small openings. Sometimes it's just trying to use the map vision you have. Sometimes it's trying to read and guess where your opponents are moving on the map, but it's got to come down to, finding pickoffs, defending high ground, trying to capitalize on even the smallest of little mistakes. And sometimes they're not even mistakes. Sometimes it's just guessing where Matu's going to farm by himself, which in itself isn't a mistake, but if you can find him and pick him off, find those kills and put yourself in a good position. But good with this Aegis will take all the out of the taps, but this doesn't translate into the shrines like it once did, so the news for Bears is they will still have access to their shrines until they lose a tier 3 tower.
That's something. We got to find our little silver linings here in this game. It's been a little bit rough so far, as, well, they have the Aegis still available if they wanted to try and go high ground. Maybe they just wait for Sheepstick at this point.
Yep. I think also Meepo's level 3 ultimate isn't up, so that's a decent amount of damage output. He's still just playing around only 3 Meepos, so I think you want to wait for the level 3 ultimate. You can get it very fast because you can farm so many places on the map. And with that, this Aegis doesn't look like it will amount to a high ground push, but what it does do is put map control, towers all down. Ezra actually smoking up aggressively towards this bottom side of the map. This looks like a pseudo warding smoke as well as potentially a pickoff around the Mirana Ags if there is a lone hero down here, but doesn't seem like that's going to be the case.
Placement. And I think that Matumbaman pickoff that they had was partially because of the good warding vision that they had, and it looks like they're going to be able to do it again. Adam places down 1 ward back over here to the side, and there's still this other one that they need to keep their eyes out for, but a little bit of a scan on the Radiant, actually able to scout out that the lone Druid was there.
Yeah, the Radiant side doesn't have much vision right now, and that definitely has been perhaps one of their weak points throughout at least the 2 games we've seen. Is just the warding game from Adam has definitely been better than what we've seen out of Kuro. Kuro has often been maybe pushing a lane, farming. He's been getting more farm than Adam. I've seen so many games where Adam's just dying and feeding for his team. Gone out, but he gets wards up. He gets great vision and sets Bears up to succeed. Even though he almost always has less farm than other 5 position supports, he almost plays that old school like PPD style support where he's like the position 6. You know, he goes beyond being a 5 position support. Miracle blinks in bottom.
Oh, are they going to be able to take this one? The Impale turn around. It's still not going to be enough damage to stop this from happening. They're trying to run back out and away. Mind control finds Pata, pulls him back in, and GH not going to be able to find the crush. Rubik does steal that, trying to TP himself. And there's the shackle to make sure that at least for now they'll be able to walk out. And
Yapsor should die.
Yeah, no way out for him. So take 2 in the end. There was a moment there at the bottom where Windranger actually power shot Miracle, and I thought that we were going to see a jump forward into Arrow from Mirana, but
I don't think that. Again, like Liquid were already setting up to defend that one, and what effectively happened was you got that fight where Miracle engaged and you could try and burst him down, but he's got 1900 HP. 2000 HP on his main Meepo and a little bit more on his secondary Meepo, so bursting him down just isn't really all that possible there. So if you go in here and the TPs come in, it quickly backfires. Like, doing 2000 points worth damage with this Bears draft is actually not that easy. And I mean, there's no real items coming out that are going to easily change that. Perhaps like the Mirana, like Ethereal Blade type pickup, but yeah, I think again, they're going to have to play for the high ground defense. They're going to have defending against a theoretical second Aegis on Meepo as well. They have been able to use their smokes and vision very well to find pickoffs, and that's going to be the continued theme for this Bears draft. Running right into Miracle here.
Oh, they have a DD up on the bear as well. They're going to try and jump through, do as much as they can. Miracle dropping low. Oh, he gets craved low, and they're not going to be able to bring him down. The 3-person, they end up hitting the arrow onto GH. Adam trying to turn it back around. They are going to be able to bring down Miracle. Huge kill, though, but how much is it going to cost him? GH trying to chase after Firo. It's not going to be able to be a kill. Looks like Farev is going to go down here, though, as well. They take down 2 on the other side as they've run down mind control. They actually end up getting a 2-for-3 exchange. That's a huge win for Bears.
Oh yeah, that's a great timing. No Aegis, you know, can they get Matu as well? Yapsor. Oh god,
Bata looking double shackle as well. Power shot to boot. They take him down.
What a big kill to get there at the end as well. Matu definitely a player you can't ignore as well this game, playing the sniper. He's got some decent farm as well to go with the Meepo, and that's a much needed teamfight victory. They found the Meepo, isolate him, they're able to do a lot of damage. Even though he gets kept alive a little bit longer, that Meepo couldn't escape. The Grave just bought time for Liquid to get in there and try and retaliate, but ultimately there was no escape for that Meepo. He couldn't poof it out, he didn't get all the 4 stuff out on it, and the turnaround was not successful for Team Liquid. Unfortunately, no Roche just... even if Roche had respawned really early there, I don't think Bears have the damage to kill it fast enough with Meepo and Sniper soon to respawn, but they're going to be eyeing that one off for another team fight similar to what we just saw.
It feels like to me they have to get the Nyx Assassin Vendetta damage down. That bonus 400 made pretty much all the difference in that fight. Like, if they didn't get that one, it would have been pretty rough. So, I don't know. Perfect initiation. Bears end up taking it. Some signs of life in this. If you're Liquid, how do you respond?
You vision game. That's you know that Bears have been using their smokes to achieve this. Like that's perhaps like the last smoke. They've got one smoke left, perhaps, maybe none. Looking around, I don't see any smokes on the Bears side. So securing Roshan should be pretty straightforward if your opponents don't have smokes, and you've got smokes, so you can try and smoke and get the jump. The big thing is here, if Liquid engage with the Meepo rather than have him get engaged upon, they'll win fights. That fight's purely won because Bears initiate in, they chain stun him, they get him down to basically kill him outside of the Grave. They've just got to wait the Grave to wear off. But this time around, Mind Control's going to be the one initiating. Although they scout the ward being planted with that sentry there, so they know exactly where Liquid are, but it doesn't they can easily get out.
Adam, they pull back in Yapsor, but that's a pretty good turnaround. Is it going to be enough, though? They're starting to bring down Miracle. Pale hits onto absolutely everybody. Brev is still going to drop for that, so 3 die in just under about 4 seconds. And
Blink Crush from GH catching everyone, so it was like a 3-man crush into a 4-man Carapace Impale from the Nyx, but once you've lost heroes there, the utility's all gone, Mirana wasn't in the fight, and again, Liquid know that, yeah, that last fight went terrible for them, but if they're the ones initiating, fights are going to go well for them. This sets up next Roche, which unfortunately for them is max duration respawn, so Ez will actually be alive for it, but it still looks like the case is that Bears have no smokes to actually leave their base with, so Radiant Vision is going to theoretically see any move towards that Roshan pit.
They update the smoke things where you could see them in the shop now, or is that?
I don't think so.
It doesn't
no,
look like
we can't tell as casters.
Okay. Problem. It's all good. Well, yeah. So we're still gonna wait for that Roshan, like you were talking about, a ways away. They have 1 ward down. It is, just like about the max time. It does not look like Bears have that same vision. Even if they did, can they really even contest it? Honestly,
no smoke, no Roche contest. Although, I mean, you could try it, but I think it's like a suicide type play.
Okay.
More likely than not, if Liquid position right, you get wiped at that Roshan pit. But we'll see. They can use the Spirit Bear to scout, but again, the Spirit Bear likely could just end up being food. You disengage. Foreb. They don't actually have Radiant sentries, so this becomes a lot more feasible without sentries, but they kill it so fast. If Foreb somehow got in there, invised up, that could have been a play for him to make, but doesn't end up happening in the end.
What have you thought about this Wind Ranger pick? Is it felt like, I mean, granted it's in a Meepo game, so it's hard to say, but do you like the skill build at all, the way that he's been playing it?
Yeah, I mean, for a support Wind Ranger, this is like pretty standard stuff. You just being that utility, blink 4 staff, you want to hit the shackles, do as much power shot damage as possible in the fight. I think he's done everything right as a support Wind Ranger. I just think the hero, I want to almost say it was meant to be the mid lane of this game until they saw that Meepo pick and they felt Mirana core for the damage output was needed. But even if that's not the case, I feel like the hero is still a little underwhelming.
Right.
More than anything, they're being Meepo, you know? Like,
yeah.
Very hard to fight this one. Fear at bottom needs to not get caught by the Meepo straggler. He is positioned pretty far back here, but Meepo's left his main Meepo in that bottom lane to try and find this pick off. And Firo will show himself.
Ooh, they found one of the Miracle Meepos up in the top lane with an arrow, but no great answer for that. By the way, he's also picked up a Scotty at this point and is level 23, so he's just a monster. He's terrifying.
No Radiant scan, so we can't scout Firo out, but he probably has a pretty good idea that Firo is with his Spirit Bear. Question is who takes the bait first. Will Miracle go out to farm the lane, or will Firo come out to push the lane? It looks like
is under attack.
Fear's coming out to push the lane at the perfect time, though. Miracle's on top.
They brought him. Nice real reaction there. And they also able to hit a shackle, looking for the arrow, not going to connect. The towers are still going to take a lot of damage. Miracle dropping somewhat low. This would still be the Aegis, but while this is happening, Lone Druid doing what he does best. They're going to be able to lift him up. Mind control. Can they take this fight? A good impale. Connect through. They burn through the Aegis. All right, Miracle's down once. Can they do it again? Arrow on the mark. Nicely played there. They get the spike Carapace turnaround, and well, Rubik has also stole the crush. GH is going to get Grave then. It's still a lot of damage to burn through for Miracle. They need to get a good stun off. The land for the telekinesis was able to get through. The win run slow as well. Miracle starting to drop low. They are going to be able to get that kill. Also controlling Matumba Man. The right click starting to go, and they are also going to be able to run down Kuro. A great combination. And they only end up losing from that. I guess the range barracks or range, yeah.
That is one of like the best high ground defenses I've seen in my life. Like that was just every small little detail done right. The second Meepo poofs his main Meepo up top, Firo comes out, but pushes the bottom lane. This then tempts they're like, we don't want to trade Raxes. Firo with the Spirit Bear and with the Battle Cry up pushes very fast, so that tempted the Batrider TP back. But Batrider, if he TPs back, he cannot let Lone Druid TP himself home, because what ends up happening is Lone Druid got a really nice Savage Roar off on Mind Control, and then Firo was able to TP back top to defend. So it turned into a 5v4 without Batrider up top, and the numbers game favored Bears up there. They took the Aegis very cheap, and then the second life of Meepo, they hit the arrow, they burst him down again. That was just a perfectly played high ground defense. Fantastic stuff.
Oh, they weren't quite able to find the catch there. Mind Control looking for the initiation. Catches 4 of as soon as Spike Carapace is off, but there's the counterplay. Adam goes in, able to find him. GH controlled and brought down. They still have buyback available on both of their heroes that are down, but they are not going to chase this any further. At least for now, Bears
Meepo
back.
could TP to the shrine. They need to perhaps get out of here and get out of here soon. Is Meepo going to go for it? Yeah, he is. He's coming in. They need the gem in there for the detection, though.
Oh, misses the impale. They are going to be able to get the shackle, though, but Meepo, he's going to be coming in from the backside. They're trying to find him. Catches onto Yapsword, but the Moonlight Shadow actually working. He's going to be able to get out and away. They don't find that kill.
Oh my gosh, Bears are playing some insane Dota right now. The fact they defend their melee racks at top, they don't lose anyone there. That looked like a potential like 2-3-man kill for Liquid on the Meepo respawn, but they recognize the threat of the Batrider. He's the scouting hero who's that's going to move out with that gem, find the pickoffs for the Meepo with the detection, but by using the cover of the Moonlight Shadow, killing off the bat before Meepo could even get into the fight, Meepo had no vision. He couldn't do anything. And Bears somehow still in this game, and that's all you've got to do against a Meepo is hold your high ground and win one big fight against him. And now that Bears have done that, a lot of the Meepo's advantage has been taken away, so this game goes back to a state which is very winnable for Bears.
Fata, to me, has just been playing out of his mind. He's only 3,000 gold behind this Meepo right now, and building towards his Lincoln Sphere as well. He's been pushing out the lanes. He's been basically not getting caught. I guess the one thing to talk about a little bit is that Meepo, while he is incredibly hard to deal with when he's at his peak because you're at a relatively low level, he can sort of fall off as the game goes super late. Is that something you'd be worried about if you're Team Liquid at all?
I think soon. Next row, depending on the next Roshan, and depending on how many times
he's completely alone. Miracle gonna go down again in the jungle. Oh.
Now you're worried. Now you're very worried. But yeah, the number of times you get picked off after like 25 minutes in is you look at for a Meepo. Dying in the early game doesn't matter, but dying at this stage is where it hits you hard, gives your opponents a lot of gold, and you lose a lot of gold in the process.
They pull back into one, but Rev getting the counterplay.
That was not
very bold move. And they're going to look for more.
GH was just stunning and running. I'm not sure what the communication was there, but there wasn't communication because GH just wanted to get out. Meanwhile, Batrider followed up the brush with an initiation, which was not the call from the Liquid side, it seemed. Not everyone on the same page, and the result is they're going to have to back off to the high ground, probably lose all these outer towers. I'm not sure if Bears can force out those buybacks. 40 seconds, and with the T2 towers still standing, it looks like Liquid will at least be able to hold on to those.
This is insane to me. Again, we talked about it. Not a ton of heroes that were exceptional at dealing with Meepo that you traditionally think about. They've been able to formulate their draft to make it work, and putting on a great display. Bears, I mean, even whatever happens this game, this is a team to watch out for as they jump forward, kill off the creep wave, and starting to assault high ground at least a little bit.
Yep. Respecting the Meepo respawn and also knowing that Meepo likely going to have a buyback as well. Fortunately for Bears, these couple of good pickoffs on Meepo and fights they've had haven't led to them getting anything like a Roshan. If they get an Aegis and Cheese, that's like, I don't know about game over, but it puts them in a big advantage. Liquid, for their draft to work, they need that third Roshan. They need to get another Aegis on Meepo. Meepo having 2-3 lives is one of the most important things for the hero to scale into the late game, because to go back to your question, like how can Meepo, will he scale or fall off in the late game? It really does depend on Aegises. Meepo's a hero that if you want to burst him and you've got the damage to do so, will die. It's how much you can punish your opposing team for committing everything on Meepo, and the way to do so is to have multiple lives, to have an Aegis and to have a buyback. If you've got 3 lives on Meepo, you can punish Bears for overcommitting onto him. So getting this third Aegis is going to influence a lot as to how well Meepo scales late game.
All right, we'll keep our eyes out for that. Fata, in the meantime, building back into a Mjolnir, and he has eclipsed the Meepo in terms of net worth. Still a little bit of ways in terms of the levels, as Meepo is getting close to that level 25, which I'm assuming we go for 400 health in this one, just considering how important it's been. Yeah. Is Poof worth it?
I don't think Poof is ever really worth it, just because 6-second cooldown is fine. Your damage is mostly through right-clicking rather than poofing anyways. Yeah. And the 6-second is fine. As far as mobility goes, you don't need 3-second poof. Go for it.
Oh my god. Really nice initiation. The counterplay there comes out. They're going to be able to control up YapzOr. Miracle on top of him. A Tumble Man starting to deal the damage, but they actually have the way to get out. The Ghost Scepter working in spades. YapzOr is going to be brought down, and well, there's the initiation. They come in onto Fata. Flaming Lasso working, and Bears looking good, but it's a scary moment when you get chased down. This is scary. They've already been able to bring down one. The rest of Liquid is coming in from behind, but it looks like GH is not going to go any further as far as being able to find kills.
Everyone. It's really hard to fight now with Haze on all these heroes. So healing up his images, bringing the main army in. They want to force those buybacks. Fata has one, Wing Rangers is not. They were one shackle shot away from winning that fight. If that shackle hits Sniper and one of the heroes behind him, Sniper dies, doesn't get his BKB up, but Matu with the full seconds of BKB, able to do a lot of damage. Fata blinks on him with the Mirana, but the Starstorm didn't hurt him because of that BKB.
Another nice stun comes out there, but they do not have the damage as of yet. Buyback up online for Mirana, 40 seconds away. They're going to go for the glyph. Firo get initiated on, able to seal Corrosive Haze back away. Rev gets the Impale off, power shot, nice grave, keeping him alive for the moment. Arrow is going to go through, does not connect on anybody. Matumba Man is going to go down. Rev finds him, now looking for more. They're going to be able to chase this in just a second. Can they control Miracle? They throw out the Hex and trying to get out and away. No, but they get the Savage Roar. Miracle is going to go down yet again. 3 heroes dead for Liquid. They did lose the melee racks.
He tried to make a play, sending his secondary Meepos out and sending his main Meepo back in so he could blink away, then poof. Like he went in with a Hex and an Ensnare on his main Meepo, but couldn't blink fast enough to get out of there on his main Meepo, so that main Meepo did get trapped, and that's Roche up. This is the much-needed Roche for Liquid. Getting a melee Rax for Roshan favors Bears at this stage of the game. You're quite happy to play. Bat Rider?
Is he going?
By the Carapace Impale?
Oh no, Bat Rider chase down, trying to bring him in. They are going to get that kill. That's also a gem on the ground. Doesn't look like they care about that though. It's all about Roshan. So 4 dead. They don't want to buy back on these heroes to secure it. Do you think that this is the right call?
It's a tough one, because if you buy back and Meepo dies again, you've lost the game. But similarly, if you don't buy back and your opponents get Aegis and Cheese, you haven't lost the game, but you're playing like, rather than playing to win, you're playing, not to lose. And by buying back there, it's like let's play to win, and let's put the outcome of this game in our own hands by giving yourself the option to engage and contest Roshan. But now you give Bears control of the game for this duration of Aegis. Bears can be the aggressors. They've got an Aegis on Fata to make up for his buyback being on cooldown. This Meepo is definitely not the force that he once was, but defending high ground, you've got Sniper, you've got Corrosive Haze to boost up the Sniper's damage. Got Bat Rider 2, who's one of the better high ground defenders, but Bat's big issue right now is he doesn't have BKB. Against Nyx, not having a BKB is proving to be very problematic, and there's no real... I mean, he's halfway there, but it doesn't really feel like he's got space or room to farm it right now. I'd almost say Liquid, defend high ground, don't fight, give Mind Control a lane to split push and farm, because this BKB is actually a game-winning type item for the late game, which allows you to get pickoffs without getting punished.
It feels to me like this is also maybe a team mentality decision. Like, let's compose ourselves, make sure that we don't feed into this sort of turnaround that's been going into the favor of Bears. Was now a little bit of a lead in terms of net worth and about 10,000 experience lead as well. Maybe you resettle yourself. You realize, you know what? We got this big bad Meepo guy. Sniper's got himself a good bit of farm, and they're able to re-engage again when the time is right. And, well, we'll see how that ends up working out for them as 19 to 24, feeling very, very close at this point. Because honestly, if Liquid win a huge fight, I mean, they can kind of just run down mid, and they take towers so quickly as well.
I mean, any fight where Bears don't have buybacks on core heroes, and if like Mirana, Lone Druid, I mean, Lone Druid has a short respawn time, but he can't defend without the Mirana. And I think the Nyx is also important. If you lose like a Mirana or Nyx without buyback, game can just end. Meepo, probably one of the fastest high ground pushing heroes in the game. Maybe more so once he's got this Ethereal Blade, but for now he wants to, of course, hold on to his buyback.
Oh my god, GH just walked into hell. Holy crap. That was scary.
He doesn't have any respawn talent, so that's 50 seconds down, no buyback.
He bought out for his BKB right there, I think.
Yeah, that's... You can still defend high ground pretty well just with Bat and Sniper, though. Bears actually Moonlight Shadow into this Radiant jungle.
Oh, they found Miracle yet again. They're on top of him. Fata's starting to drop low. Needs to leap out just a second, but Earthbind is keeping him there. That is going to be the Aegis down, but they take down Miracle. 90 seconds. They're going to force a buyback.
Yeah, there were pings on the Adam after that. He perhaps could have saved Fata, but he blinked into trees accidentally. He four-star forward and blinked. He was trying to get there from very far away, so... it looked like he was too far away to save Fata anyways, but if he somehow saved Fata's Aegis, that would have been a big win for them. But they get to force Meepo's buyback. Fata himself doesn't have buyback as well, so both of the big damage-dealing heroes for both teams will be playing with a buyback for this upcoming fight, assuming the Meepo uses his to defend, which I think become a necessity. But you want to buyback off of an initiate.
Whoa! The Tumble Man up in the air. They actually pull back in for Ev, though, and GH already down, so that's one going down.
God,
Mind Control also in trouble. They're doing a ton of damage, shrine or no shrine. They need to be careful. Oh my goodness, backing out again. They're going to focus down the barracks, but Firo, the Lone Druid right-clicks.
God, that Bat surviving on such low HP. They're going to give up the racks for now, preserving that oh-so-important Meepo buyback.
Oh, the arrow forced staff away, though. Oh, good play right there. Kuroki, or rather, excuse me, Mind Control, saving his Sniper, and now turn on. It's still 20 seconds with no Meepo. They have another Spike Carapace so
they can defend very well, though. Look how low Firo is. He can't get assassinated because of the Lincolns, though.
All right.
That's all in all. I'm okay with that decision not to Meepo buyback. Being down a lane of racks, but having Meepo buyback is probably the better position to be in than buying back and saving that rack. So, good, brave call from Liquid. They managed to find the initial picks at the start of the fight using Mind Control. With his lasso initiation, using the BKB of Matu, which is getting shorter and shorter, though. That is a concern in itself, but at this point, you take what you can get if you're Liquid, you hold on to the Meepo buyback, and now you can look to be the aggressors. They smoke up immediately, knowing that a game-winning fight could come off of a Fata kill if they find it fast, but his buyback is 1 minute and 6 seconds away.
Yep, and... well, we'll see if they can hold out for that long. It seems like it should be possible. The Courier Snipe still 2 minutes without that Yule Scepter. That I believe it was Adam who picked it up. So obviously Rubik being able to give him that extra bit of survivability if Meepo does happen to jump on him would be pretty good, or anybody, honestly. Yeah, Shrine's about to go down now.
Definitely worth taking those out with potential Roche importance in the late game. They're pinging the other one already, although not necessarily sure if they want to run across the map towards it and themselves in a vulnerable position, but if you can get that one, you make it a whole lot more difficult for Liquid, for Bears to defend that next Roche. For now, they are positioning around that shrine, ready to fight it should Liquid come their way.
Other thing to think about here is Yapsor turning into another core. Aghanim Scepter is going to be online too, on top of his Maelstrom already. They also have the BKBs that are completed now, also on the Bat Riders, so that problem that they had before going to be slightly mitigated at least.
Yep. And big level 20 from Mirana, going for the attack speed on leap, not the multi-shot arrows. I like the multi-shot arrows. I've become ever since Weeha did it at ESL, I've become a believer in this. I tried it a few times as well. It's like, if you just happen to somehow magically arrow 2 heroes in a team fight through all the chaos, like, it pays for itself. You do a lot. Like, the leap attack speed is ridiculously high amount of attack speed, so I don't blame him for getting this. It's the more reliable option. Like, you're guaranteed to get value out of leap attack speed, whereas multi-arrow, it could be useless. So I don't blame him for getting this one, but I'm definitely a believer in the multi-shot arrow in most games.
There was a game to take multi-shot arrows. It would be when Meepo did it, though. Let's be real about that. Net's down. The bear is going to fall down into the ground.
Not too big a deal. Does have a second one, but is that guaranteed Savage Roar if the Lone Druid himself gets jumped upon? But it does seem like Meepo is just going to play with his illusions on the other side of the map, around the Roshan pit, which no Rosh for at least a minute. So both teams knowing that are playing the kind of map control game. Like, Liquid are playing the map control game. They are the ones pushing out these lanes, keeping bears honest, keeping them defending their high ground, making it so they can't move out on the map. And the result of this is they're just looking to secure that next Roshan in as safer way as possible.
Definitely.
Meepo's transitioned. He's got his Ethereal Blade, so he's actually doing a decent amount more damage with the extra agi from this item in these upcoming fights.
Yeah, and they're trying to keep this creep wave pressured out consistently. I like what they're doing with Matumbo Men down here, just spamming out against the tower. They need to be careful of their wraparound. That's what Mind Control is doing over here as well. GH ends up not getting caught, but Matumbo Man does. The power shot follow-up. Are they thinking to go on this? The Impale connects on it too. Oh no, it all started with an arrow, and it might end up turning back around. Fata takes down Kuro, trying to focus now on a Miracle. He is dropping low, but Fata also is going to end up dropping low. He is going to die. Buyback is there, but they also take down Meepo. Oh no.
Ooh, what an arrow. That is the pickoff you're looking for. From behind is GH. What is he up to here? He's invised up. He's going to find Yapzor.
They have the amp. Oh my god, Yapzor blink backing away. Forev spotted him. Great reaction by Yapzor.
He went for the plays. That's GH in a nutshell. If there's an option to make a high-risk play, it's high reward, he'll always go for it. And you gotta love that about watching him play, but every now and then the outcome will just make you kind of facepalm a bit, and that was potential easy, just TP home, get out of there, survive, but he goes for the flashy move and gets punished.
The best of plays, the worst of plays.
Curious to see what the outcome of this is going to be. There's no Roche for about 30 seconds, so everyone should be roughly alive for that next Roche. Defending high ground against Lone Druid with Batrider, Sniper, and Dazzle. Definitely possible, so don't think we'll see any racks claimed off of that. Neither team will have to use buyback, so everything will kind of reset in some weird way. The main difference is Bears actually get to push out their lanes. That bottom lane is now pushed all the way to the Radiant base. They can get wards up around that Roche area. They can look to control the map, this impending Roche.
And you can see only one ward placed currently. It's down here in the bottom lane.
They get the high ground ward now.
Yeah, this is a good one. On the Matumbo Man, they four-step him out. Great play. They do get the great, but I'm not sure if it's going to end up being enough. And they throw out the Flame Break. It is going to end up being one kill onto Adam. Forev also going to go down. But that was Matumbo Man dead.
Well, he's got it in 50 seconds here. They want to fight here. They want to go in. They have got the sniper buyback if they want to commit to it.
Oh, no, but all they're going to get is the bear.
It does potentially secure them Roche. If they head there right away, there's no Nyx buyback. Mind Control will scout it out. These late game fights getting super hype. I am edge of my seat kind of Dota right now, you know? Just like how well both these teams are playing around their strategies and timings. This time around it will be the Aegis for the Meepo, the much needed Aegis for the Meepo. He has buyback theoretically as well. Doesn't have the money for it right now, but theoretically have 3 lives for the next team fight.
Now, Boots of Travel level 2 as well.
Tough.
So if he wants to get in on top of one of these heroes just immediately, it's an opportunity to do so. So jumping back in and out of the fights.
Wind Ranger, level 22. You kind of mentioned transitioning well and truly into a core. Yapzor, Ags, Maelstrom, going back for a Bloodthorn next, it looks like. Has those new talents. Goes for the spell amp, the extra damage with the Maelstrom. As well as the, I mean, you're not really throwing all too many power shots, but it's still nice to clear creep waves a little bit easier. Oh, yeah. I guess you go for the attack range of level 25. So, I mean, definitely as a core, what is now a core Wind Ranger, you go for the attack range.
That's kind of interesting how he's been able to do that. Again, just the power shot, really cool. 420 damage, he's got 9-second cooldown, and consistently he's been able to push out those lanes with it.
Yeah. I think the big item for Liquid to pick up, for Bears to pick up, I keep getting mixed up because I see Fata, I think Liquid is going to be a evasion item, Butterfly, because he's surviving all the... I mean, there isn't much magic damage anymore. There's an MKB coming on Sniper, but Meepo, he seems to be just right-clicking down Fata in most of these fights. Like, Fata goes in, he has Liquid BKB, the right-click damage kind of overwhelms him, so I think if he gets a Butterfly, it's more agi, but more importantly, evasion against Meepo. It's a big upgrade for him. Could even... I think you replace the Ag Scepter with it. You're kind of at that point where you don't need the magic damage as much. The Butterfly is going to offer you more, or at least move the Ag Scepter over.
Wind Ranger is going for a Solar Crest. I think that's a nice little middle ground as well. I was wondering if that might be something that they would go for.
Yeah, we'll put that on the Mirana. That's the...
Exactly.
That's, yeah, the subs, like your Butterfly's too far away, or you think you're slot limited, or you want to have buyback. Because if you want to have buyback and Butterfly, you're looking at, I don't know, another 5, perhaps 10 minutes, depending how things develop. So the potential Solar Crest is maybe the intermediate option. Liquid smoked up right outside.
It's a scary time right now.
They've got buybacks.
They're ready to
Meepo,
go.
At least.
Mind Control and GH leading the charge. They find onto Fata. They ain't able to pull him back and away though. Rubik steals amp damage, and that's Fata gonna go down. Buyback is still available. 90 seconds. They're gonna force it.
Yeah, they definitely want to force that one now in this mid lane. They've got the Aegis to force around. Perhaps they wait for the next lasso before they force it. That would be like the cautious play, because then they have the guaranteed pickoff. If you wait BKB lasso, you're very strong. That is feel where Liquid have the late game advantage, because BKB lasso late game as initiation is incredible.
Well, they throw out a shackle, not going to connect on a Miracle, and Tumba Man just gets eviscerated though. Farev trying to run out, back and away, and it's still a lot of damage coming up from the lone Druid. Miracle Ghost Scepter comes out to keep him alive, just barely able to escape Yapzor. Not quite there in time with the power shot. Now comes back in with the rest of the Meepos, but that is Matumba down.
Died so freaking fast. That was, I was wondering if it was like a blade mail or something, but it was just Fira right-clicking him down. Eso Mionia. That was overwhelming damage.
Oh, GH. Oh, in some trouble now. They've got the Impale to follow it up. Nice BKB to turn it back around. Mind Control is here as well. They're going to try and get Farev out, and they are going to be able to do that, but that is 2 BKBs used.
Yeah, that's... And with Sniper still dead, just use your BKB on your 2 initiators. It's not going to be a Fata Mirana kill that translates into a lane of Rax or anything. They could still go for that Shrine. I feel like they've maybe forgotten about it at this point, because this is kind of where you want to back off and just wait for those BKBs, wait for Sniper. But could have other ideas. They are thinking initiation with Batrider. It's kind of where you don't want to use your Firefly to initiate if you don't have BKB, because otherwise you get hit in the Carapace.
Oh.
And with the Mirana respawn, they want to go in. They recognize
they see Firefly's going to be down.
Fight? Sniper has no boots of travel. Can't get to this fight.
He's TPing to the tier 3 tower. That's not going to get you there quick enough, man. GH is going to break the Smokey. Actually, he's not going to quite find the initiation, and that's Kuroki down. And, well, another net gets thrown out. They're going to lift him up. Sniper is going to show up to the rest of this one, though. Mind Control trying to get to the high ground, out and away, but not able to escape. 2 down, no Kuro buyback right now.
They hung around way too long there. They didn't respect the Mirana respawn and just the initiation potential, and even losing a Dazzle makes a big difference. That's all that plus armor taken away. Didn't get a weave off, there's no Grave save, the Solar Crest, the Guardian Greaves, the 4-star save, all of those saves taken away from Liquid with a back off, and Liquid go on the back foot. And I feel like they should have backed off as soon as that BKB, Batrider, and Slaughter didn't effectively get that kill onto the Nyx Assassin, but now they're going to have to defend high ground. Batrider will have a buyback and will have BKB back up, so they can go for that pickoff play, but no Dazzle for this one.
All right, Aegis now down, getting into position. This could be the Bears' time. Miracle maybe going to look for the initiation. Buyback status, he does have it. A lot of boots of travel online as well. There's going to be the leap speed increase. They crush the bear. Arrow going out, not going to connect this time.
That's where you'd love that triple arrow. They're going to give up the racks, it looks like.
It's too easy with this damage. The Deso late game is really effective. And bottom lane pushed in. They got to keep their eyes on this, though, because Miracle can backdoor so quickly with those boots of travel level 2.
But he can also get punished very easily for backdooring because he's not a BKB carry. Like, he has got no escape if any, like, Nyx, Rubik, Mirana, Wind Ranger, they've all got these disables. If they TP back and catch him before he freaks out, he'll get quickly punished. So he's not going to risk it. They trade it. Again, we see Liquid not commit the buybacks, They're happy to give up a lane of racks if it means holding on to their buybacks. They recognize the situation this game is in and are prioritizing holding buybacks for winning a potential upcoming fight with extra lives that can win them the game. They're not playing to just save a lane of racks and then have the game extend. They're playing to win that big next fight. They're not playing for, like, they're playing for the future rather than the present, and you can find a pick now. It could be perfect for them, but doesn't look like they're going to find all too much. Won't see a Roche for another minute and a half at the earliest, and doesn't affect either team too much being down lanes of racks here with the ease that some of these heroes push out lanes.
Well, I feel like the state of the game, we started off great for Team Liquid, and they got themselves into a great position, and now sort of have been able to fight their way back into it. Bears. And almost to the point where they're going to be in the lead if Matumba Man or GH gets caught out here right at the start. Hero provision. Trying to find it. They're able to find out the one. The initiation comes out. YapzOr taking a ton of damage. He is going to end up going down. No! Able to walk away, but he ends up falling in the end to the DOT. Fata turning down, trying to take down another. Three are already dead. Fata in a lot of trouble now, trying to back out and is going to fall. 4 go down. Liquid with the team fight win.
They were just far enough away from Bears when Bears came in. Their invis were off on the Mirana. They were a little bit too far out of range. They were also disjointed. The Nyx stunned up the Meepo. Meanwhile, the rest of the Liquid team, the Bat and the Slaughter, the two frontliners who can be so chaotic, went on the entire Bears team. So Nyx was completely on his own.
All right. Buybacks in mass. Lone Druid
Bear
hanging
doesn't
on
want
to
to
hers.
use his, yeah.
Matumba Man stunned. They don't want to initiate here. Just buy whatever possible time they can for that Lone Druid.
You'll give up a melee racks if it means Lone Druid can hold on to his buyback at this point. Liquid have buybacks, and this is where suddenly, that's why you don't buy back to defend mid. If you give up that mid racks and hold on to your buyback, suddenly you win a fight. You haven't won the game, but you're one step away from winning the game. You're one team fight away because you've held your buyback. So Liquid know they just have to reset. They're not in a rush right now. They can even theoretically look to secure next Roshan.
Kuroki?
That's not a position he wants to be in, but
yeah, it's not a huge one, but everything important at this stage.
That gives you the info of where your opponents are. That was that the Moonlight Shadow even to initiate out onto them, perhaps? It's on cooldown now, but either way, Liquid press forward. There is no Dazzle buyback. I mean, it's a hero that just you can't really save money in the late game if you're dying. Your economy's taking a hit, but not the biggest deal in the world. As far as heroes to not have a buyback, that's probably the one you'd choose.
The prize is mine.
We're sort of seeing that thing we were talking about with Meepo, where every additional item, sure, it's great and all, but it's not really giving you the same value that your first ones did. Double Scotty now on top of Blade and Scythe of Ice. He is a monster, but not sure if it's going to end up... I don't know. How do you feel about him in this game at this point? Like, can he initiate still? Is that something that's possible, or does he kind of have to wait to be the follow-up?
It's very reliant on the Slaughter and the Batrider. He can initiate and get control because he's got way more HP than the Bat or the Slaughter. Like, he's the tankiest of their whole team. So him initiating is still fine because it sets up a good lasso. It can lead to Batrider catching a key target like the Bear or the Wind Ranger or the Nyx. Same for the Slaughter. He may be able to engage on a better hero because Meepo initiates. So I think it's actually quite a good way to approach a fight with Miracle going in first. The bigger thing rather than items for Miracle is buyback. If he can have 2 lives, even 3 lives with an Aegis, that's where you're in a good spot. But right now, lives favor Liquid because of all those buybacks just now. Wind Ranger and Nyx and Mirana. 3 of the 4 Bears cores, we'll call the Wind Ranger one, without, does set Liquid up to take fights and win the game off of one good fight.
And there's a couple of heroes still missing Boots of Travel as well, so even if he did happen to have a buyback, since on YapzOr, it wouldn't have ended up being able to be back for the fight aggressively.
Same for the Sniper. He's still holding on the phase boots. He's going for a Satanic. I like this choice.
Okay.
Whether or not he'll give up his buyback for it, we'll wait and see, but...
Oh, setting up for a big initiation. Adam is going to be there. They do get the stun onto him. So much damage, but Tumbleman gets the BKB off as well. And now Miracle's on top of him, looking for more. They pull back in Firo. He is going to go down. Buyback is available. Rubik trying to... Well, he's already dead, and they get the crush on YapzOr as well. He's going to drop. Double from a Tumbleman, and that's 2 heroes without buyback. 100 seconds, no Wind Ranger.
Yeah, Fata barely gets himself into the trees to escape there. I think Batrider would have rather have found Fata because that's the long respawn. Good news is Lone Druid is a shorter respawn, so he's going to be alive for the high ground defense, but it's still going to be 5v3 high ground push if they can go fast off the rotation. And that 5, it's not really 5. Meepo is going to have 3 lives. He's the one taking the Aegis. Yeah, he's more than happy. He'd rather an Aegis than a Scotty. That's how this Meepo hero works. Lives matter more than items in the late game, and they are going to look to break through, win this game. Perhaps just go for the mega creeps. The throne is the riskier option. And just try and use their numbers advantage here. Fada pushing out the bottom lane, but realistically, he's not going to win a throne race. Could set up the lone druid to TP in, though. This may be the play for Bears. Will they go for the base race?
There's definitely a possibility for it, and well, lone druid, they're getting into position. Firo is going to head out. They can also have a great TP canceller there. In the Nyx, they jump forward, crush onto the bear. If they were going to do it, they got to go now, but it looks like they instead want to try and fight this Miracle. Already taking a lot of damage. Firo right-clicking him. GH goes in on top of him, but TP pops the right-clicks coming through. They are going to lose Firo. Buyback immediately. Fata dealing the damage over here to the side and trying to take him down. Miracle so low. They can't kill him off, though, and Kuroki also going to live. Everybody's still left alive. Can they take down this Miracle? Meepo, there's the right-clicks, there's the stun, and there is the Aegis. Meanwhile, over to the side, Matumba Man takes down the Nyx as well. What? Who's still over here? Okay. There's the Savage Roar trying to take him down. They do find that kill at the very least. Now, Mind Control lifted up. There's the arrow as well. Connects onto him. So they take down 2.
Oh, but Matu won. Him and Nyx both manned up on each other, and Matu lived on like 100 HP. Nyx barely dying there. The fact Matu can hold on to his buyback makes a world of difference. Having 2 sniper lives for this, what looks to be an all-in push down the mid lane, is going to be a big advantage for Liquid. It looks like they may have to use at least one of these 2 buybacks on Batrider or Meepo. Ideally, you only buyback the Bat, because the Batrider buyback is the BKB initiation. It's lasso that can pull heroes into your tier 4s. Sounding, Rapier. I like it. Yeah, you kind of got to do this, but it's so hard to push in the Batrider. Lasso, BKB, pull someone into the tier 4s, into the fountain, pull them into the sniper, pew, pew, pew. It is so difficult to push.
Yeah. Well, they've got the bottom lane pressured out, and it looks like over here to the side, GH ready to pressure in the top lane.
Oh, they
and
see
with
Yapsol.
the Rapier, anything is possible. They are going to drop down some wards. This reveals that, yeah, they've been looking at him the whole time.
Bastion wants to buy back
GH
ASAP.
Look at this.
Meepo wants to hold on to his, but if you can hold both, that's even better. And with a glitch.
Initiation. They've got him caught there. The arrow not going to end up going out. Fata taking a lot of damage and is actually going to be able to find that kill. Rapier on the ground. Yeah, that's feeling pretty close to bad. Firo going to drop. They kill off another. And that could just be about it. GG is called. As well, Liquid, they end up winning the Meepo game. It's going to push us to a game number 3, but Bears looking spectacular in a game that should have been, in a lot of ways, lost earlier.
Yeah, holy shit, Luke. That was a best game of Dota I've seen in a while. So that was just an incredibly high level of play from both teams, so tense. That high ground defense at top lane by Bears, where they defended their melee racks and forced the Batrider back bottom and then won the fight, killing the Meepo.
Oh, they got
5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Liquid's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Radiant team pick.
Pretty good. I made some more tea. You know, I'm like, all right, we got one game left, but I feel like I need it for this last game. It's going to be a very important game for these two teams. There's a good chance we do see them, depending how the lower bracket pans out. Although Cloud9 have been looking stronger and stronger in every series, but it gives you like a psychological advantage going into that finals, whether it's against the same opponent or Cloud9, knowing that you were the winner. You were going through the winner bracket and haven't lost a series yet. So we'll see what the two teams come up with here in game number 3.
Oh,
another Cuddle Brew.
Yeah, this has been that opening that Team Liquid have gone for time and again. I mean, even for the past couple of weeks, going back to Star Ladder qualifiers as well. What is it about this lineup that's just so strong?
It's really good at contesting the lane. Coddle complements the Brew really nicely. The Brew is kind of in the front lines, very tanky. You can't easily bring him down. And the Coddle just sits behind, spamming Illuminate. They've got easy access to that shrine. And then mid-game, Coddle is one of the better heroes against like stuff like Lone Druid with the Blinding Light. Mana Leak can be very annoying. And then the Coddle transitions into a core as well. They almost split the farm between Coddle and Brewmaster. Brew, of course, being that big teamfight controller. Essentially a counter pick to the Lone Druid. So I like the opening from Team Liquid. We're talking about, but Bears with the Lone Druid. I mean, it's more like the meta opening, I guess, so to speak.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, Lone Druid Rubik. Obviously, you can't do the telekinesis ancient pulls any longer that we saw and everybody hated to see, but still is incredibly strong here, and particularly against the Brewmaster. We saw how effective that could be in the first game when he stole split like 2 or 3 different times. Really, really good stuff coming out from that Rubik play, and excited to see if they're able to replicate that again. They take out the Weaver, which was also another Bears classic that they were constantly running. Is there any weaknesses at all that you see with a Lone Druid pick in the first phase? Or is this just like the be-all end-all for the meta?
I mean, it's always, I think with where the hero's at now, it's at least until we see a bit more, it seems to fit always, even when your opponents try and counterpick it, which is what Brewmaster somewhat is. The other thing we've seen sometimes counter it is heroes like Centaur with the Stampede to run at him, although that can easily be countered with the Savage Draw, and just generally blink gap closers, like Axe type heroes. But I mean, Liquid know it's coming. They pseudo counterpick it. Brew Coddle to me is enough as far as counterpicks go. I think Liquid need to focus on putting together a draft that works for themselves, but it'll be a more game 1 like draft from Liquid. I think their game 1 draft was fine. I think they definitely didn't get out drafted that game. It just came down to play and execution where they lost to Bears.
Yeah. Well, and I was wondering if maybe we were going to see the Ember Spirit there, because it did feel like one of the problems that Liquid sort of had in that first game was a lack of just right off the bat initiation, which Ember Spirit can give you with the chains, but they decided to take him out. So having something else in mind, and Bear is now left thinking, what could that be? And 6 out to you?
5 seconds remaining.
I like the idea of maybe getting initiation from the support role, because you go back to that game 1, they did some struggle in those late game fight. I was just about to say Venge. I was thinking like, what are the 5 position supports which give you really good late game initiation? Because Brew is not the best initiation like a Slatter or Batters. It's not an instant blink stun. It's not an instant blink lasso. There's not many 5 position supports that can do it, and the only one really that comes to mind is Venge. That late game swap initiation is a very reliable tool to have. So I like this ban a lot. That's the exact hero I was thinking Liquid wanted for Kuro.
5 seconds
Other
remaining.
5 position initiators are not as reliable. Maybe they're more like early game ones,
Reserve time.
disruptor type heroes, but they're not going to do what Avenge can do.
Yeah, something like a Lion or a Shadow Shaman aren't really in the meta any longer, but we do have a Crystal Maiden that's going to get taken, which does sort of send this a little bit towards the earlier game, I would think. Going up against the Lone Druid Rubik, I feel like you have to be pretty aggressive with this lineup for it to work.
A lot of mana to go around, but you're picking the CM. I mean, a lot of good control from the Frostbite. Does do fine against the Centaur. The Centaur is definitely not a counter pick for the CM by any means. If anything, the CM is not the best zoning hero early on, so Centaur should have a decent laning stage. And the Centaur has picked up more to complement the Lone Druid. Give him an escape if he ever gets jumped on, where he can stampede away, reposition, and then come back into the fight. So I like how the Centaur pick works for Bears. We've seen it going back previous games, so it does seem like a hero that Forever is more than comfortable on.
Yeah. Very interested to see how that works. We have also seen sometimes the Centaurs have a little bit of trouble getting that initiation off, particularly if they go for a more tanky build. I think that in the earlier series today that you and Cap casted, there was like a great play from Cloud9 where they're able to get like a lift back and then stealing Centaur ulti. Not going to happen this time because Rubik's on this side, but Invoker is going to be the pick. We get a little bit of a treat. Miracle Invoker.
Yeah, this is, I think the Centaur we saw get exploited. Well, they exploited the opposing team's slack with the Centaur pick because it's like this hero that isn't going to necessarily match up well against the Centaur with the return. Instant response from Bears. Alchemist Gaming, it's happening. They're going for the late game cores. They've got the Lone Druid, they've got the Alchemist. They are going to put Liquid a bit of a timer. And the problem with the Invoker pick is it's not like a fast tempo mid laner that can easily contest the Alchemist farm. None of these heroes are. CM Coddle are not heroes that are going to go roaming through the enemy jungle. Brewmaster, perhaps once he gets like his blink timing, can do that. But Alchemist, this is looking like a game where he can easily free farm his, not so much free farm his lane, but free farm his jungle, have at least an okay laning stage. This is a really good pick for this Bears draft.
Quite strong and helps to hold that high ground as well if the push does come. You think back to that Venge ban, if they had taken that and then went back for the Invoker, you could go something funky like take a Chen with the last pick for Team Liquid and just go for that all-out push. But with the Crystal Maiden, you're not really afforded that same opportunity, so they need to really, I mean, can they go for something else that's really late game themselves, or do they have to go for something that pushes the tempo?
I was thinking Timbersaw, which is in between. It's late game, but it's kind of fast tempo, but more than anything, it's a counter pick. It beats Alchemist, it beats Centaur, at least in the mid game. The lane stage you're not going to necessarily dominate, but Timbersaw would have been the perfect counter pick. Other counter picks for Alchemist,
Ursa
the carry
maybe?
role. Ursa's okay, but once the Radiance comes online, you have problems dealing with the mischance. Ursa doesn't fight well into the Lone Druid, the Stampede. I think Ursa is like super all in. It could be the pick, but it just doesn't seem like the safest pick. I wonder if you go something crazy, like bust out the Lycan or something. You know, Lycan's been banned the last 2 games. It's Matumba, man. It's like his hero. Is this it? Do we finally get that last pick Lycan? I want to see something like that because I feel like this Alchemist does give Bears a draft advantage. I think it's a hero that's going to cause them problems. Perhaps the other option is you go back for the Meepo, but who plays the Meepo? Who plays the Invoker? Matu is not an Invoker player really as far as I know. He's also not a Meepo player as far as I know, but who knows? This guy is incredibly talented. He's 9k MMR for a reason. He could definitely surprise us. Meepo is still a viable pick. If you want fast tempo, Meepo I think is the best hero. Lycan's perhaps a more comfort pick.
Is Drow too weird of a pick at this point as the Spirit Breaker ends up getting taken there?
Drow is a decent option, but Liquid historically have struggled with doing those Drow drafts. That's where they had that phase where Kuro used to play the Drow. They had one Drow game, I think, in this qualifiers early on, which they lost as well. Every time I've seen them run Drow, it just doesn't feel like they're that comfortable with Drow Ranger. But if this was like for most teams, I'd be like, if this was Secret with this Drow, I'd be like, hell yeah, get a Drow. This is great. That's like your bread and butter. It's just not so much Liquid's strongest point. But they may just decide it's the best hero. Other possible heroes I see is like the Luna Drow, Lycan. I think Meepo might be one of the better picks. So it's just whether or not Matu is comfortable playing either Invoker or Meepo, since that would end up with him on one of those two heroes.
Whatever it ends up being, Liquid feel like they definitely have to hit this strong timing. Game goes on too long, it's going to be an issue for them, really. And it is going to be the Lycan, the first professional game. Wolfman.
I think the Meepo pick was perfect, but again, player-wise, they struggle. I think as far as suiting their players, suiting Matu, suiting Liquid, this is the pick to go for. It's a pretty fast tempo as well as being able to take down towers, so we get to see 7.02 Lycan.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
All right, I'm just going to say I hit that timing perfectly. Oh, that was great.
Nice. We're into a pause. Classic. Exactly. The Dota game, the pause is like it's like christening you. It's like you're now a human being. But
exactly.
One of those things where Bears is just like, well, we just really want to ban these other heroes. Let's take that approach. Or if they actually forgot about banning it this game because they.
Can we go through some of the big changes? To me, the biggest one is how giving HP to the rest of your team. There were a couple little changes as well with the Wolves, with the Invis factor that they have now, where they're at level 4 going to have permanent invisibility, and then 3 and 4 they get the cripple. How much do you rate this hero as Firo?
What's happening bottom? Firo, you're getting very close.
Firo?
Frostbite, he's got it.
They walked back in Sunstrike. It's going down. First blood GH. Good start.
Yeah, this hero first got implemented in 7.00. It was broken as fuck. This hero was just winning every single game imaginable. Hal was like, it was like a short cooldown Chen Hand of God. It was healing everyone and giving them damage. This hero was pushing like crazy. It was insane. It received a lot of nerfs in the 7.01. Tone it back a bit, but it's still very potent. The new Hal is really the biggest change, where you get the bonus health, as well as your Necrobooks get bonus health as well. So it's this big scary push, and at night you get is it double or whatever? Yeah, double effect during night. So you really want to be pushing and playing around the nighttime, which is a bit counterintuitive with a Keeper of the Light, but it's not really the biggest concern as far as like if you're pushing and have a strong enough army, you don't care that you don't have that Coddle Ags heal, and Coddle may not even have an Ags at that time.
On this ward placed down as well, unlikely to get dewarded, I would imagine, unless they spotted him heading over with the observer ward placed down by Liquid. I guess it's also worth considering, do you feel like this draft from Bears is a little bit greedy at all, considering they have the Alchemist, they've taken the Lone Druid? Do they need to be concerned about the push that's going to come from Liquid?
A little bit, for sure. Alkan Lone Druid together is definitely on the very greedy side of drafts. As far as their deep push and stall goes, it's not the best as well. Spirit Breaker as a support, Rubik with him. Like, this is not the scariest support duo to contest some of those early timings. Kuro, though, will get found. Not going to go down, but does disrupt his jungle, stops him getting level 2 just by leeching that one small creep. And we'll push him back to the tower, selling his clarity. But the greed factor is definitely a concern with this last pick Lycan.
Mm-hmm. Also seeing a little bit of a different build out of the... Actually, I need to hold that thought. GH taking a little bit of damage here, as is Fata, but don't face him back. We occasionally see the Invokers go for early Ring of Bassi to deal with the Acid Spray spammed out, but looks like Invoker just comfortable last hitting against him, and We're not going to be one to question Miracle's Invoker builds, but interesting look.
Yeah, Alka's winning the CS battle so far. Sunstrike. Oh, Miracle, he's getting charged. He gets the cold snap off. He's dead.
Oh, man. Timely charge there by Adam.
Firo, well played. Even without that charge, it looked like that could have been a turnaround. I don't know if Firo gets the kill without the stun, but he wasn't going to die, that's for sure. The acid spray was slowly welting away a Miracle. That Sunstrike was very well read by Firo.
Yeah. Heads up play indeed, and well, we're going to have to see if this ends up being a continued thing. If you're going to be going 12-13-0 on Alchemist to start the game and get a kill here, this is really going to be a problem. I guess he only got part of the kill, the assist, and did die once for that first blood, but a nice start nonetheless.
Yep. We'll see what the next moves are going to be. Adam likely wants to hit this level 2 until you get that Greater Bash. You're not the scariest roaming hero as a Spirit Breaker.
This could be the timing, though. Yeah. Kuroki moves in. They're able to get the Frostbite Sunstrike as well. Firo walks backwards.
Is it going to be enough?
Really, really well-timed dodge.
Oh, what?
Oh, man. Alchemist a little bit lucky mixed with skill, and they make it work. Bottom lane still gearing up for a little bit of a battle here as they're trying to chase down the Absol, but not going to happen.
I've seen that a few times now where you know that Invoker is going to slightly place the Sunstrike for your backstep because the Frostbite duration is not quite enough to guarantee a Sunstrike, so you kind of predict the Alk's movement to retreat post-Frostbite, and instead of retreating, you walk into them. And it's such a great read that he walks forward, guesses where Miracle's placing the Sunstrike, and as a result, he survives once again. That's 2 missed kills in a row on this Alchemist. Firo is playing some good Dota right now.
He clears out the camps as well. At least does a decent amount of damage to the hard one. Going to use the shrine and then head back into lane also. So being able to go back there topped off, still a little bit of a problem that he's been missing out a whole wave of CS, but not the end of the world certainly. And if there's a hero that can catch back up, it's definitely Alchemist.
Yeah, I mean, Alka's one of those heroes that we saw like an earlier Alk game. This, I think it was from Bears as well, where Alk had like no CS whatsoever. I think even we saw some Nip Alchemist games, but you just fall back in the jungle with Iron Talon, slowly farm your armlet. You could have 10 CS right now in Alchemist and you wouldn't be concerned.
Adam, in the meantime, they pop the Howl. Not going to be able to run him down, obviously. He just charges on out of there. And he's been able to get that early rotation in towards mid, but been somewhat quiet since then. What do you feel like the Spirit Breaker's purpose is going to be in this game? Where's the main lane to gank?
Keep the supports preoccupied. Less perhaps about kills and just as much about just running at the CM and Coddle. These are 2 very squishy supports. And you can limit what they can do by just having a charge threat. They're Kuros that don't like getting charged upon. Like Kuro, until he has boots, is very easy to chase down. Even if you get Frostbane, you can still chase him down after that. So I think you're less concerned about getting kills and just happy to help your team win the lanes and create space. Because you've got such a greedy lineup with Lone Druid and Alchemist. Any space you can create for those 2 heroes is going to go a long way.
Well, and you can see that ward placed down deep in the jungle was spotting out CM farming, and could go in there if he wanted to, but at least for now, Adam just sort of setting up for mid lane at least. Here to help out if Miracle gets a little bit too testy. Cold Snap, Sunstrike combo, and everything just kind of being status quo.
Howl coming out, but not really a threat onto Centaur 4Ev's life up top. We are seeing the full Exort Quaz build, at least to start with. He's gone back for a point in Wex at level 6. There's a lot of Wex Exort Invokers we've seen in this tournament where there's just like this pure Alacrity Chaos Meteor combo, but it seems Miracle wants the Cold Snap Sunstrike duo for the most part, and has now got at least the 1 value Alacrity point.
You can see the constant pulls over here as well, but GH shows they're going to try and go for it. A couple right clicks going in. They also have the movement slow, going to get pulled back in, and GH also getting the stone on mind control. Can they get the body blocks? They need a bash. They managed to find one, the slow, the turnaround, and he should be able to walk away from this one as rest of Bear's back.
Yep, they'll shrine it up. It looks like Kuro tipping down here, but that shrine will be scattered as Adam is on the low ground, has the observer ward as well, but he'll just happily walk on past. Nice little kill there. Good use of that Stampede. 4Ev knows he's unlikely to... He's not going to get any kills up top with it. The main downside is if he gets ganked, he won't have it to escape. But getting a kill for this safe lane, where you've got this Lone Druid trying to farm, and he's not really a hero that can really achieve a whole lot on his own, it's a good way to use that first Stampede.
Definitely.
Alka's just teeping around bounty runes, by the way. He is level 4, maxed out Greevil's Greed. Bounty rune, bounty rune, bounty rune all day long.
Oh, bottom lane in the meantime, YapzOr are going to get ran upon. They kill him before the Sunstrike hits. But I guess that is one thing. If you are just kind of running around the Alchemist, there's no pressure applied anywhere, really. I mean, not that he would anyways, but they can kind of just roam around with 3 heroes. Do you think this is fine for Firo, though?
Yeah, he's totally fine. He's farming ridiculously well for an Alp considering this game. He's fasting faster than what we've seen some other Alps do, and he may get a kill here.
Oh, Miracle, he's going to get gone upon. They do not have any detection, though, and, well, it felt like maybe there was a moment where they could have lifted, pulled back into the stun, didn't go for it. Now YapzOr just going to get a cold snap and force backing away.
Yeah, they're going for the full efficiency play where they tried to like maximize their damage output, save the lift for later on so they could channel up the Alk stun perhaps a bit longer, but unable to get the kill. Still okay, again, that's not, I mean, that would have set Bears up to be like in a big laning stage advantage, but it's not like they're in a tough spot because they missed that kill. Alchemist is still farming very well, doing a really good job just timing his movements. Like his farming patterns have been very impressive. Whenever there's a rune coming up, he grabs that bottom bounty rune and then TPs to the top shrine to grab the other bounty rune, and then as he's there, he farms the camp, and then by the time he's farmed the camp, he walks back mid to farm the lane. So he's being very efficient with play.
And you can see there Kuroki as well, trying to run around and snipe away a couple of these camps from him whenever possible. They're bringing in mind control. The charge was chasing, so actually call that off as Adam not wanting to dive for it. A lot of vision in this jungle.
Yeah, they recognize all those heroes there, and it looks like the D-ward from Adam, well, he gets the sentry in the right place, but needs that courier to help him out. There we go, he'll be able to, we'll be able to D-ward it once mind control's out of the way.
Mind control, claps at him, backing out again.
It's annoying, you don't have that flying, you've got to bring the courier out if you want to D-ward that now, and mind control is saying, this is so obnoxious.
Gonna defend the ward, promise. Meanwhile, Stampede up in the top, trying to take down Matumbaman, but he got the shapeshift off, and now sort of turning his wolves back over onto them.
You're not stampeding him down. 650 movement speed, hello. So, good job staying alive there. Doesn't quite have the money for his Vlads yet, but is level 7. We don't really see the Lycan truly come online until like that 10 to 15 minute stage as far as being able to break towers. It's a slow paced hero early on with the early levels. I feel like Liquid's draft really hits its peak around that level 15 Invoker, getting the double Forge Spirits. That push with double Forge Spirits, Vlad's Necrobook on Matu, that's when Liquid are kind of at their scariest.
Bottom tower is under attack.
And they want to do that before Alk gets too farmed, because he could theoretically have like a Radiance by that point, but you don't want to make sure you start taking all the towers and punishing the Alk pick at around that stage.
I think GH right there just did a little of the push away on the Spirit Breaker was charging in. They call it off, but again, kind of a weird laning stage, and it feels like Liquid are getting what they want out of it as far as those levels, building towards the items. When's the point where do you need to try and throw a combo breaker in there for Bears, or do you just sort of do the same thing and get that Alchemist stuff as Radiance?
So they have the blink on Centaur. It's kind of hard to reliably initiate for kills. They've been trying to do it with the Stampede. So they got the first Stampede kill down bottom. The second Stampede kill attempt was up top on the Lycan, which they missed. So that's kind of been their plays. Like they're just going for these small little ganking squads. It was a Centaur and Lone Druid up top. They had 3-man gank on mid. They missed 2 of those kills they went for, which sets them back a little bit, but even failed kill attempts still create space for Firo to farm. So they're hitting their item timings on the Alchemist for the time being. They don't have to be overly concerned until that big push starts coming. They've just given up the 1 tower now at bottom, but that was kind of inevitable with this constant Coddle Brewmaster pressure.
And YapzOr in the mid lane, going to take a good bit of damage. They're going to run in with Matumbaman after the fact. Sunstrike is going to be on the mark, and now chasing Firo a little bit as well. Mind control in the area. Everybody suddenly here. Frostbite going to break the TP. Firo in a lot of trouble, stampeding, running away. There's the lift up. The Bruce Bull is already committed for this, and Forev also in the area. They're trying to break this up, but chase continues. The right clicks are there. There's the Illuminate for the kill. GH picks it up, now throwing up in the air the Centaur as well. This team fight is going terribly for Bears. Miracle is going to get the Ghost Walk out, running out and away. Mind control controlled and going to die. They're still throwing out more damage. GH lifted up in the air. The stun comes through as well with the charge. And finally, an end to the cacophony. Sunstrike hits him, finds the kill onto Adam. Miracle, the Magic Man. He's doing it again.
That ward's still there. It gave him the vision. That ward that couldn't
my God.
de-ward. He ends up dying because of it. That dreaded ward. Adam is going to be so angry about that ward right now, but it's a good fight for Liquid considering the Alchemist goes down and they don't lose core hero. I mean, they lose the Matu Brewmaster, but he gets his job done trading his life for the Alchemist. Miracle and Matu stay alive, so definitely a favorable fight for Liquid. But Bears at least salvage things a little bit there towards the end, making sure they get a couple of kills in return. They charge back in, but they still have to be a little bit concerned because they do not want to see Firo going down. His item timings are crucial for the overall Bears game plan.
Yeah, definitely. That's something that they're going to have to make sure they stay up on. I've just been so impressed with Liquid's ability to invade this jungle. They've completely taken it away from the Alchemist and every hero from Bears, pretty much. I feel like this is the way that you've just got to play against an Alchemist. So take notes, everybody. He has been able to still get that farm in spite of it, though. And going now over into the Ancients and should be able to keep his farming up. Already about halfway to that Radiance.
Yeah, I want to say it was Bears themselves who are in this same position against like an NIP draft where they just had to farm only their secondary jungle. They couldn't even farm their main jungle with the Alchemist. And that's what it feels like now. Although they have regained some control. They've got good vision around their jungle, de-warded most of Liquid's vision, but Liquid can look to play around their smokes. They're going to have a Blink Dagger soon on Brewmaster they can play around. And Mind Control with his ultimate coming back up is once again in this bottom lane looking to apply some serious pressure. Force Bears to come back and react to this.
Kuro right under a ward right here, though, and well, they are going to at least scout out as he places one. Well, we'll see where he puts it.
Yeah, this feels like a dangerous place to be now for like given the Radiant vision, but it does seem like they're not aware that Radiant has so much ward coverage in this jungle because they knew they would not be hanging around for too much longer. And there's the ward.
Oh, this is really big. Forev just picked up his Blink Dagger as well, and if they could find a kill onto Mind Control, he does not have his.
He's keeping out.
Okay.
He gets out.
But Kuro should die here, maybe?
Matu may be the bigger kill. If you can get Matu, that's big, but where did Brewmaster? He's headed... Oh, he's headed back. He just... Okay. He TP'd and then rejoined with his team, and they're once again grouping up near this bottom lane. This is kind of timing I talked about. You've got a bit earlier, but at least now you've got the levels on like he's maxed out both Feral Impulse and Summon Wolves. They missed the crush.
Oh, Forev, they're going to be able to get away with that. That really hurts. Man, they needed that stun so much.
Here come Liquid though. They've got a great initiator in the Brewmaster. And even though Yap's a stolen shapeshift, that may save his life. It's not going to offer too much teamfight present for him.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Liquid not wanting to take it yet. It looks like they're going to turn and head over towards mid lane, at least for now. And GH going to get charged. So they realize what's happening. They're coming in this direction. There's the Force back out and away. And now it looks like they are going to be able to escape. But on the other side, Hero controlled the Kuro ulti. It's going to end up killing him. No, he gets away. The Shrine is there as well. The turnaround. Oh, Kuro. It was so close, but gonna be just a little bit too far away, and Firo will live. It does not look like they're going to end up taking down Mind Control, though. Firo stuns himself. TP, not enough mana?
Continuing to juke. You should get found unless they...
Oh my god,
gosh,
what?
Out, yeah.
They didn't find him. Kuro gets out.
That Sentry ward up there, I guess he thought maybe Kuro warded and then TP'd out, so the Sentry won't find anything. Kuro gets out. What a play from Yapster, though. In Dream League, we had a nickname. We were calling him Yappy Hot 4 because he was just making so many plays. He felt like the hottest full-position player out there at the time, and that was a sick reaction from him. He gets in there, just manages to lift and cancel the freezing field, saving the Alchemist's life at the last second, turns it around with the freezing field. Very well played by him, but somehow no one dies, I guess. That's a thing.
Yeah, right?
Okay. That favors Bears, though, like keeping their Alchemist alive. He has his Relic now. He's about to finish the Radiance itself. 16 minutes in. Considering the aggressive lineup of Liquid, at least their mid-game aggression, you're very happy with it.
All right, and another initiation could be coming. Forev, a chance to redeem himself after that failed stun in the bottom lane, which, of course, it happens from time to time, but it would be a big one here if they could pick it up.
Yeah, it's one of those Matu, like, slightly stuttered and moved his hero back right as he went in. Caught him by surprise with it. And we'll see the bottom tier 2 tower go down. Bears were positioned around the top side of the map. They had the Alch farming up top. They didn't want to be too far away from him. They also felt like they could engage on mid, so they wanted to play on the top side of the map, but Liquid seem aware of that. Kuro's like circling like the entire jungle, like they're somewhere here, guys. Yeah. Here's the information. But I mean, he's spot on. He did circle half the minimap, but he is accurate in his assessment.
They're somewhere up there, absolutely. Well, tier 2 tower ostensibly going to be traded since they took down the bottom one. It looks like Liquid actually want to take this fight. All right, Stampede's still available. They're going to blink out. I think that they do escape from this one. Yapso are not going to get controlled, and Sunstrike playing out on the mark. But that's Radiant's timing, 16 minutes.
Yeah, so what's the Lycan timing looking like for his Necro book? He's got Necro 1. Okay, so with Lycan, this is where you're at this point where all it takes is one good team fight and it's Aegis. One good team fight and it's tier 2 towers down, and then another good team fight and you're pushing high ground. So this is the stage of the game where Bears have to be very careful about how they approach team fights, which team fights they choose. If anything, they want to be avoiding any possible fights. Like, you've got this Radiance, but use it to farm. Don't try and fight into Liquid's draft, because this primal split can win them fights, and then they've got a draft that will quickly turn a one team fight into towers.
Oh, they throw out the ulti. Tornado is going to connect those. Sunstrike as well. Why not? See you later, Adam. Now Matumba Man looking to finish this off. A good Savage Roar will keep the rest of Liquid back, but
that's Roche though, yeah. So it's not even, it doesn't even have to be a team fight, as Liquid prove. It can be just a single pick-off and spells being used. You use a Stampede, we kill your Spirit Breaker, we go into Roche. Whether or not Koro can do anything about this, we'll have to wait and see. He's got a Blink Crush, and Yapsa is in the neighborhood, but Alchemist is just not fight ready. The Druid is just looking to be a bit too squishy to really try and fight as well, so no contest for Roche.
Yeah. Miracle picks up the Aegis, picks up a Blink Dagger as well, and with GH out there standing guard, it feels like it's just so hard to move up and contest. Blinding Light is there, Illuminate spam, Mana Leak, everything. And now, is this the timing where we start to see them attempt to really just burn down all of these towers? Is it that point in time in the game?
Absolutely. They're going to be the 5-manning Deathball team. Bears are going to be the split-pushing, let's somewhat avoid fights kind of team. They have got smoke, so I mean, outside of split pushing, they can try and smoke for pickoffs, but they don't really want full-on 5v5 engagements when the primal split is up. Liquid are the ones who would love those kind of a team fight. Mid lane, Forev needs to. It doesn't have a blink. Okay. Looks like Kuro was just out of range of mind control. Was also a bit too far away. But yeah, this is where Liquid will try and barrel down lanes, and Firo will try and split push the side lanes using his boots to travel.
Oh my god, another combo catches out for Rev, the full meteor, and well, can they get the slow? Not going to be there. Toki would love some form of initiation item, but it is sort of that poor Crystal Maiden.
But similar to that last Stampede, it's a defensive Stampede to save lives, and it allows an objective to be taken. Last time it's a Roshan, this time it's a tier 2 tower. They will likely have to back off and wait for another shapeshift to happen, but they may even have a pick.
Oh my god. All right, Miracle, the lift up. Tornado
tried to do the Firo play and walk forward to dodge it, but it was just not enough time to dodge it, and Hal could theoretically... The threat to the high ground is much more to force Bears back, and when they see the hoof stomp and the acid, they may have to retreat here, but no good damage being done by Liquid.
I don't know, they're dealing a good bit of it, definitely, and let's spam out the Illuminate. It does look like Liquid are at least going to back for now, and
yeah,
I mean, it is sort of more value now, taking down those tier 3 towers and being able to shut down the shrines. Something to think about a little bit.
Necrobook wears off though, shapeshift in 25 seconds, so they'll change course and head towards top. Miracle will just casually Sunstrike Fata. These are... Oh, that Illuminate didn't land. If that Illuminate hits, he's down to like 200, 300 HP. This just guarantees you push this top lane. You know this lone Druid suddenly half HP, doesn't really want to fight half HP, but GH being a too aggressive play in mid lane. There was actually a Radiant Ward scouting him out there.
Wow, and this is a huge steal for Yapster as well. The Illuminate, level 4.
Oh,
this is something that they had, like, that mixed together with Fadebolt basically stops the push of Liquid every time now.
Yeah. I love watching GH with how aggressive he plays as a support, but sometimes he does it like, he overdoes it. In a moment when he doesn't need to, you're playing like a more 5-man Deathball lineup. Last game, Team 5, where he needed to be playing that chaotic initiator type role where he put himself in these dangerous positions. But when you're the team that wants to group up, take towers, he doesn't need to be there. He wasn't really achieving a whole lot. He was theoretically dealing with the split push by spamming at mid lane, which is where he'll go once again, but getting picked off like that doesn't feel like a spot he should have been.
Thankfully, he's back there together with team. Oh, maybe in some trouble now, though. Forev finds the initiation on him. Matumbaman, they still have the blinding light to push back the force staff away. GH still fine for the moment. Counterplay comes in, though. Miracle is there. Adam trying to run out and away. He is going to drop the eliminate spam, goes back the other direction now. The ulti has already been used. Fata's been controlled. He's going to go down as well. Liquid taking no prisoners in this one. And, well, a Sunstrike back over there doesn't quite catch Yapzor.
The doggy is doing Lycan things. He's just going from one objective to the next. You don't need to be all that farmed on a Lycan to get the job done, and we're seeing that. He's getting heavily out-farmed by an Alchemist, but what Lycan does with the farm he's got is a lot more than what the Alchemist does right at this stage of the game. Bears need to continue to buy time. They need to get that Manta plus Octarine core up before Alchemist is even with those items. I feel like he needs the armor item on top, the Shiver's Guard, before he's totally fight ready. And Liquid again, they take the objectives, they fall back. They'll wait for the shapeshift, wait for the Necrobook cooldown, and this time will be a Necro 3 coming up for their push.
And maybe thinking about going on it when it was the Centaur alone, but...
Zero at top? Oh no, he's actually Miracle's in the trees here. Will he go in?
GH, this is not the play they want to go for. Kuro stunned, yeah. Well, there's going to be a tornado combo. They kill off Adam at the very least, but this is on the stomp. They're not going to be able to take down Miracle.
For a guessed wrong, that would have been such a big kill. If they find Miracle there, even though he's got Aegis, that's similar to Game 1 Shadow Fiend, where he has Aegis but he dies twice. That was a very unfortunate guess from Forev. If he had gone to the south, he knew Miracle blinked in those trees, he just didn't know which spot. That was the big kill that would have suddenly made this game a lot easier to play for Bears.
Right.
The Aegis will be expiring soon, but it would have at least been, I mean, you kill Miracle regardless, whether you have to kill him twice or not.
Oh, they're not expecting him right there.
Oh.
Just a little bit off the mark. Guy's going to be able to get with the Sunstrike very low. And this is the other thing that's so cool about this lineup. You know, he TPs back home, gets full up, and then Keeper of the Light is able to pull him back in with the recall. So particularly once this Ags comes up and online for Coddle, this game just blows wide open. So I don't even feel like Liquid have yet hit their complete and total peak. They've still got a little bit of room here to grow. And I don't know, Bears, what's the big answer at this stage?
Just stall it out. Like, there's not much more to be said. They can't really initiate too easily into the Liquid. Their Liquid squad, their team fight is just too potent. Blinding Light is really hard to fight into for both Alchemist and Lone Druid. Play around your high ground defense. Potentially you smoke up to try and contest that Roshan using the center initiation, but fighting into the team fight of Brewmaster. And now the Miracle Invoker, getting all his levels. He's got level 18 coming soon. His combo's really starting to heat up. I mean, he is just such a dangerous Invoker player to go up against. He is so good at finding those pickoffs in the team fights. We've seen it time and time again where he just snipes a Spirit Breaker all by himself. He almost got the Lone Druid at the end there. He is one freaking scary Invoker. And there's an Assault Crest as Matu's next item. So this is the item that they'll have possibly around Roche number 2, which will allow them to look to break the high ground and make this Alchemist. Alchemist is looking fairly squishy against all this right-click damage coming out from the Invoker and the Lycan, not to mention all the nuke damage. Coddle Illuminate, Invoker Sunstrikes, Chaos Meteor
Here's
combos,
the timing.
Damage everywhere.
Bata ends up breaking the smoke there, but a key couple of items. We have Mind Control Aghanims done as well as Coddles, and Miracle's actually all alone up top here. Can they go on?
Alka's coming.
They're looking for it.
They're hoping he walks into the jungle. If he walks in, he's channeling the stun.
Going
the
for
recall.
Initiation. They've got him. There's the initiation with the double, but Vero ended up stunning himself. Adam still looking. Tornado save last second. There's going to be the Deafening Blast pushback. And meanwhile, mid lane in some trouble. Sunstrike looking, not going to hit, but they're hitting the tower in the mid lane. Heals coming out from GH as well. Matumbaman.
Recall number 2.
Oh, did they actually break the TP? Did they break that TP? They don't have the Centaur here for this fight. They broke his TP. Miracle is now in there. Vero trying to get back. They're going to stampede it out, and another Illuminate spam should be able to keep Matumbaman alive if they want to turn it back around. Rooted. Miracle still in trouble. They pushed him back up to the high grounds.
The Savage Roar helps him.
It's stun for Forev. They get the follow-up stun. The damage is coming out so much. Matumbaman able to back out in a way very, very low. Can they get the heals? They end up killing him.
Stolen Illuminate
for Yapzor. Oh man, that was gorgeous. And in the meantime, they have the ulti that comes out from the Panda, which is going to be able to turn this back around somewhat, but he might end up dying himself. Nice blink out and away. This is going to be a self-stun for Zero.
Yeah, he's got no targets, and Miracle has a combo ready to go. Is he going to get the other kill? Pharaoh, the Chemical Rage is on cooldown. Another great Blinding Light, and Spirit Breaker Adam in all sorts of trouble.
Savage Roar saved their life right there, but they still managed to take down that Spirit Breaker. Carnage in the middle lane as every freaking person died, pretty much. But another stun on the Miracle. They can't really finish it up, though.
That was the most... That Savage Roar, like, my first thought was like, oh, that's helping Miracle escape the high ground where he was out of position by giving him the bonus movement speed, until 4F hits a 4-man stun into 4-man Illuminate. That AoE damage was absurd, but now that Lycan's back, the instant recall in. Ma2 is ready to go. Necro 3, he wants this Rax. Problem is, Bears are also back alive as 5.
And they do hold. They're holding on to this right now. The Tornado comes out, is not going to connect on anybody. Necro Book's out as well. Savage Roar, get the hell out of my base.
The heal from the Coddle Illuminate helping all those summons stay nice and healthy, as does the Howl, even in the bonus HP.
Oh, they tried to get the follow-up there as well. Firo does kill off the Necro Book finally, and Tumba Man shapeshift. They look like they want to go in. A couple right clicks onto Forev.
I don't think they can sustain this push without the Necro Books. Miracle also very low on mana. They've got sustained in terms of the heals, but as far as like mana goes and their spell usage, it does feel like Liquid should probably backing off now. Roche has respawned. Shrines are also available for the taking, so it does seem like the time to back off and then recall your way back in. Miracle will heal up his mana pool, likely get recalled by the Coddle, and then could theoretically go for this Shrine, but you're also in a vulnerable position. This is where if you're Bears, you want to smoke out, try and find some kills, try and stop this Roche, impending Roche from happening. Kuro himself wants to smoke, almost acknowledging that that's exactly what Bears are going to be doing as well. Bears have smoked up, headed towards that Roche pit, but need to do the same.
This is a really scary moment for... Oh, the newly minted Lincolns keeps him alive.
Oh
Wowza.
my gosh.
Okay, a little bit of
Oh,
pause.
DC.
Okay.
Yeah, Brew DC. I mean, they had a split second of vision of Invoker. They didn't even have a moment to think about his item. So the Absol didn't get to check the Lincoln Sphere on him. Definitely no mistakes there. And Centaur was expecting a lift into a stun, so absolutely no mistake there made by Bears. It was just the item pickup from Miracle, allowing him to not get caught out there. Whether or not he would have died is another matter. Who knows whether the burst damage would have been enough. I imagine if they'd got into stun with a potential charge or unstable concoction follow-up, it would have been a kill onto Miracle, but he survives, and Bears have to back off. They've got no mana on this Centaur. They've used Stampede. This may just be a free Roche for Liquid.
This is huge. They have a Shrine available, which they can use.
Oh yeah,
it looks like that's what they're going to go for.
Yeah, if they want to contest Roche, they have to.
It feels to me right now like Liquid have to get this Aegis, whereas Bears, if they don't get it, it's not great, but it's not the end of the world. How much pressure are Liquid under right now? Would you agree, or are you just...
I don't fully. I'm not totally on the same page. I think Liquid is still, like, their timing window is still going to last them another 3 to 5 minutes. They're very strong. There's Assault Crest coming on Ma2. The Invoker scales incredibly well to the late game as an Alchemist counter as well. So I feel like there's actually pressure on Bears to stop Roche from happening.
Okay. Well, Savage Roar comes out. They push back GH for the moment. Also worth noting that Spirit Breaker breaking the Lincolns in the bottom lane. We're going to have to keep our eyes on that as well. They have that ability to instantly take it off. If they manage to have vision on Miracle in these extended fights.
That's actually the other really big reason to go this Lincoln's build. Like, when he's split pushing up top, he was so close to dying up top lane. If that Alchemist managed to get the concoction off, which he was like maybe 5 range away from getting off, he just managed to get it. Get out of range before the stun wore off, like, that's a kill on Miracle. But with a Lincoln Sphere, you know when that charge is coming. So the second your Lincolns pops, you just blink out of the lane. You don't show on the map. But when you've got your Lincolns up, you can show anywhere on the map you want, knowing that you're not being charged. The counterplay could be like you charge a creep and try stun your way through Miracle, but that in itself that's very unreliable.
Well, Yapsor, he's also building now back into the next one. Neither side really wanting to take that next step towards moving in and the big bad man, Mr. Roshan, but they've got the vision in there with the Wolves, so should be able to scout that out consistently, Liquid, if they want to try and make that move.
Their play seems to be split push bottom, force Bears to come defend, and then go. Miracle, he gets his Lincoln's pop, he backs off. If Lincoln's is back up, he can now push out again, knowing that he can't be charged. So it's this constant pressure from Miracle. He's even using the Chaos Meter just to push faster. Alacrity's up for Forward Spirit. Someone has to come back and defend. It's going to be Alchemist. The second they see Alchemist, they may head into this Roshan pit. They're recalling. Miracle. Matu is going to TP. Roche is on the menu for Liquid.
And obviously not having that recall is going to make a pretty big difference. Do they have an idea that this is happening? I'm sure that Bears have to know it, but being able to come and contest a completely different matter. Forev is there. They're also split pushing though, the top lane. Lone Druid hits pretty hard on buildings, is what I've heard. Another mana leak onto Forev. Sunstrike. Mind control on top of him. Now they have the curl ulti as well, able to almost bring him down. Forev is going to fall here. So no Lone Druid.
I think he misclicked. I think he double-clicked his TP because he popped his Mjolnir and then TP'd. I thought he was TPing to the fight, but he TP'd to the fountain. Only explanation is he misclicked and double-clicked his TP in my mind. So, unfortunate mistake for Vata, and Roche secured as well as 2 kills for Liquid. That looked because Vata had 2 plays. He either split pushes top, tries to trade Roche for like the tier 3 tower, or he comes and fights. It looks like he was taking the second approach. He even popped the Mjolnir before he TP'd.
All right. Yeah, definitely an odd one. So huge moment right there. Ends up being into the favor of Liquid quite heavily. And now Aegis online with Lycan as well as an AC. You've got all of these items up. The only downside is it's not daytime, but...
that helps the Howl out. It hurts the Coddle Heal. The Coddle Heal is better than the double Howl, so... Where is it? I mean, 200 hero bonus health becomes 400. Minions get 200 health extra too, so... You're okay with it being nighttime.
Definitely. Savage Roar didn't really end up forcing anybody back here. The Alchemist illusions are starting to become a bigger and bigger problem.
Yes.
During core there.
And they've got Radiance too, so it's that mischance on all the summons, on the Lycan himself.
Oh, stun Matubba, man. The tornado to interrupt everything though, and there come the heals.
There's the heal. Gonna get the free Spirit Bear, and get the Rax here. Denied.
Alright, well, pulling him back in. A couple more right clicks. They're able to get the ulti now. Another stun, but the nice 4-step out and away. A 2-person stun comes in from the Alk. But it should just be able to be a quick exit for Liquid, as I don't think that Bears have the ability to really chase.
It looks like they're just gonna roll their way down bottom lane now. Voka TP's back, picks up his Soul Booster, close to an Octarine Core. Rest of the team are gonna wait around the jungle, perhaps expecting Bears to try and set up, get some vision outside of the base, and just let Miracle solo push the lane for now. The other 4 teammates can quickly and easily recall him back in should they need to, but it's going to just be GH spamming out the pending waves. And now Bears have to find some way to defend the charge on GH. Are they going to look to engage before Miracle's here? That seems like a bold choice, which they're not going to go for.
Yeah. In the meantime,
buyback. He's short buyback, so may not see him TP until he gets a bit more gold, which he'll quickly find.
And I mean, you can keep that pressure out as well. Like the other thing is just being able to make sure that they're keeping some pressure on that top lane while this bottom lane is kind of all going wrong. And well, they do start to hit away at this tower. It's tough to figure out what the great answer is. They just don't have the initiation to deal with it or the damage to follow it up.
Does look like Liquid happy to slowly siege and chip away at this one. Just use the Forward Spirits, the Alacrity, bam on Miracle. Lycan's not even really committing too much for the high ground. He's happy just to let the summons do most of the damage. Perhaps with his heal backing him up, he will go in with the Howl. There's the stun, just throwing him down. Nice blinding light, pushes
out of there. There's the big combination as well. Tornado lift up a hell of a lot of damage. Fata as well as Yapsor going down. Miracle, the Magic Man with a triple kill, looking for a bit more. Can they take down Firo? They're going to throw out the EMP combo, but Tumbleman a little bit low. Firo out of mana, out of time. There is the lift up onto the Centaur immediately. He is not able to get the counter initiation play. Forev wanted it badly, and well, Rubik stole split. This might be the way back into it. Able to stun on Tumbleman. Firo looking for a bit more. Another great lightning light. GH trying to chase. They aren't going to be able to find him and get that kill, but Tumbleman's still out and away. Aegis not expired. They're trying to find that kill, but they couldn't quite get him.
They can kill Mati
the send back. This would be a big one.
Caught. Yep, that's one death, and not sure if Miracle can save him. He's going to go for it.
Oh, Meepo drops down, but it's not quite enough. There is the lift up, so maybe going to be able to get him out of there. The Deafening Blast goes out as well. Miracle, Ice Wall, not going to be able to get him. Triple kill for Fata, and Miracle just going to be able to get recalled out.
Nice attempt from Miracle. If there was ever any doubt who is the Invoker genius out there, perhaps the best Invoker in the world, although there are maybe some people who would contest that. Miracle making a good claim to that title right there with some of his plays in that team fight. Don't get the racks though, but a lot of buybacks were forced out. The Centaur as well as the Rubik, as well as the Lone Droid. He couldn't take advantage of that short respawn time. He's not level 20 yet. Even if he was, he likely would have had to buy back because Liquid were right at the door. Team Bears. So 3 buybacks is what it takes to hold on to the high ground. Alk still has his. Means he can transition to his next item, which is going to be an Ag Scepter. Centaur Ag seems like the best bet here as far as Ags go. Rubik is not bad, but I think this Rubik is just too squishy. As we'll see, Miracle
going deep for this one. Expected that he was just going to be able to find it, and well, that is not the play.
Yeah, Miracle has been cursed. He's no buyback. What just happened?
What?
This is the last time I talk up a player. Yeah, Lyrical. That was insane. That was very questionable.
I feel like GH has been rubbing off on him a little bit.
Back down, you know. He thought he had a free kill on the Rubik, and then he could escape, like blink out and get recalled, I guess. But he gets punished and does have. Like, he actually has no buyback right now. Bears don't know that. That is the good thing. Bears don't know the buyback status, but boy, is that a big misplay.
Yeah.
I mean, breathing room, towers. At least one tower can be claimed.
And particularly a lineup like this that we've talked about, that it's like it's a lineup that's built around like strong timings, and if not only are you going to be able to like not pressure during this point, but also your team, the enemy team, builds up ground. Really, really rough.
Well, I mean, this is one of those tense games, like those moments, like sometimes you think you have a play which can open things up for your team, and we saw top with Fata where he accidentally TPs back to the fountain where he didn't mean to, I can only imagine, and playing this game is in a place where it's still not one for Liquid. That one lane advantage, the late game is still very potent with this Alchemist Lone Druid duo, and the Centaur Ag Scepter is a big game changer. You look at those Invoker combos at bottom lane. If Centaur has an Ag Stay with a Stampede, damage mitigation makes a big difference as far as keeping the whole Bears team alive.
Yeah, and I think it's a testament to the fact, too, like, you look at these huge items that are up and online now, Octarine Core for Keeper of the Light, you're getting so much farm on these heroes. Like, these games have been going long, you can't stay perfect through all of them, so really, really impressive display from all these players, and waiting to see, I mean, how good is this Octarine Core for Coddle?
Oh, Forev went for the blind blink stomp onto GH, didn't quite get him, but they still see him with the high ground ward. Adam loses that vision, won't go for any kind of a deep dive or charge.
Dire's middle tower.
I mean, all of Coddle's spells this game are amazing still. Mana Lick, it's like, can cripple the Centaur, take away his mana pool, keep heroes locked in place, Illuminate for the AoE damage, the wave clear. Chakra is probably his weakest spell in the late game, but it's still useful. Blinding Light is incredible. It's going to force out BKB or an MKB on Fata. It looks like he's queued up the BKB. Alchemist himself is not going to have a good answer for the Blinding Light, so it's a very good Octarine just to reduce all those cooldowns.
Yeah. Well, and I think that also, like, the cooldown reduction is kind of unique.
This bottom range racks. There's the Lycan Rat, Dota. I'll get the free range.
Oh, dirty. I've forgotten about this hero and what it can do to your soul. It's kind of frustrating.
I mean, for one player, he's enjoying it.
Definitely.
To see Lycan had it back into captain's mode. That was a direct Ice Frog buff to Team Liquid.
Right.
But this game's still not over yet. Ag's number 2. This one will be Rubik's. Yapsor. See what he can do now in these fights. We've seen some big steals from him. A couple nice Illuminates, and then the Primal Split, of course. It's been a very nice steal as well throughout this game.
The Invoker, I feel like whenever you go up against him as Rubik, it's just like throwing themselves back at him and can be just as quick. But, well, Kroki going to get charged here. They do have the Glimmer Cape, realizing that something could be afoot, and we'll back out for the moment. Firo? Yeah, he's fine.
Bears playing on the front foot. They want to not allow Liquid to secure that next Roshan. Rosh is actually back up. Not that Bears have the easiest way to get in there and take it, but they feel like they can take out this last out of tower.
On Miracle jumps forward for Ev, hits the stun onto a mind control. Counter initiation comes in. They do have the bruise split that's already been used. Now looks like the Storm Panda going to be looking for another play, but actually walking uphill ends up getting it fogged a little bit. And they are going to be able to pull back for Ev. Nice blinding light.
Blinding Light. Like, seeing how he uses it as a positioning tool throughout this game, the pushing the center in at the bottom lane when they were pushing high ground plays like that, fully understands what this spot can do. Top lane, Miracle has found the poor Rubik.
Yapsor.
Not going to help you.
Well, wanted to make something happen there, but a little bit unfortunate. Miracle spotted him, and then obviously Shiva's guard to get that vision, and now that does pave the way for Roshan. No buybacks right now on Rubik or the Centaur, so they will be able to take this again, and a little bit concerned now for Bears. Their high ground defense, a little bit hurt at this point.
And last time they lost the mid racks, but defended bottom lane. They've got a bit more in terms of items now. But has to do Liquid, so this Aegis may be perhaps that bottom melee racks. Ideally, they want to go top since there's still the full tier 3 tower and racks there. So if they can get one lane, top lane's going to be the bigger claim for them. Miracle's going to defend top and then likely get recalled it. Potentially could TP back, but ideally just use the recall cooldown. And now Bears' high ground defense will be tested once again. BKB, not quite enough money for Fata. Similarly, he may be thinking buyback is more important with his high ground defense.
You know what would be really interesting here coming up pretty soon is the Spirit Breaker Aghanims. It feels like that's, I mean, the next one, the Bear Aghanims isn't really going to be that effective until you get more items.
Yes.
But that AoE.
Stun, yeah. I also like, very small thing that I've noticed Fata's doing, he's carrying a mango. This is like a really cool little small play. It just means if he gets mana leaked and has to run away, he can pop the mango up when he's on 0 mana to make sure he can still get off something like a Savage Roar or like a Rabbit to give him the extra movement speed. So very small thing, but like for the small price point, if you've got an item slot, it's worth carrying.
Definitely. Maybe a little bit unfortunate for the team that he does have that extra item slot at this point, but
yeah, you'd rather he's 6-slotted, but
look at what you got. Well, jumping forward, mind control, hitting away onto these barracks, or tower rather. Yapsor gets the pullback in. Miro gonna follow it up. Mind control eats the cheese. Oh, he is gonna be able to live through this one, at least for the moment. Has the Bruce Split still, if he wants to use it. And meanwhile, bottom lane, they're getting split push here, but Tumbaman making it work, and they're pulling them back and forth across the map. Such a frustrating game to play right now. Spot that forced down their bottom, and now they're gonna turn forward. They've been able to stun up Hero for the moment and trying to look for more. Oh, for him, he couldn't get it off. He is in trouble now, and well, with the Bruce Split going, they're gone bottom, they're gone top, but Tumbaman is going to end up dropping for this, but that's just the Aegis, and now up here in the top lane, Firo left completely alone. He is going to end up going for the stun in just a second. Miracle able to get out and away, and able to pop the BKB before the stun hits him. Looking for Miracle. Fata on top of him. The right click's coming through. They have the death stun as well. Ice Wall going to be able to keep him, but now the charge comes through from the Spirit Breaker. Yapsor looking for more Stolen Stampede. They lift up onto Kuro to break that ulti, and holy cold snaps and blinks back away. Adam in some trouble. They're going to take him down. Oh no, and now everything goes out. GG gets called. They can't hold Liquid. They end up taking it in the end.
Jeez, what a single game of this series was fantastic. That's what's impressed me most. Like, I look at that, like the first best of 3 we had today, 3 games, but very
Only come out at night. Only come out at night.